Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of our workshop. For our first session today will be on coordination and follow-up mechanisms. So this session will be facilitated by Ms. Malu Mangahas of Right to Know Right Now Coalition. She is also the co-founder of PCIJ and one of the most respected journalists in the country. And please welcome Ms. Malu, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Everyone. My task today is actually to just consolidate inputs from the body about the topic of consolidating active ideas and providing somehow a general framework for what we could do next together, okay? So I was thinking, actually, if we are to go shopping, what we could do probably is in this session, let's do a shopping list of wishes we want to pursue after this session. So yesterday, I think some of you had presented some of concerns like the ordinances. There's so many of them, but what really of this 108 or 109 are working, which means with implementing rules and regulations, operational reality of a team assigned. So how do we make it happen? You have the ordinances, but do you really have an FOI regime in place already? Okay, so yun yung isang unang inisip ko. Are there suggestions from the group? What else do you want? We want to learn from one another? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So what do we do is parang track progress from this workshop, no? And then, so let's say that this is our wish list for a framework that we will try to do together, to craft together, di ba? Okay, track progress. What else do we want to do? Ano yung mga tingin ninyo gaps or movement forward or steps that we should undertake? So you have the ordinances, but are the ordinances supported by? What do you think should happen next? IRR? What else? Operational mechanism. That was what we pointed at yesterday in the case of Pasig, and some of the good performing LGUs with ordinances. Operational mechanisms. What else? So there are 3 things typically important, for a law or for a policy like this. So the policy should be there. We have the ordinances, but do we have the process supporting the policy? And do we have the people in charge of implementing the policy? So policy, process, people. In the case of the Right to Know Coalition and the PCIJ, this is how we do work. So the policy is there. Is the process clear? Are the people in charge designated with clear functions? Yung mga lawyer, taga-Lasal, contribute ka naman, ma'am. And then, what we wanted to do is, if you're talking about FOI ordinances, do you really have an FOI regime in place? Which means, we propose to you that look at FOI as a supply-demand equation. Supply means government is ready to deliver when requested. But is government ready? The LGUs that we have, what is the lay of land? How many documents are still hard copy? How many documents are digitalized? How many documents are secret or cannot be disclosed? Okay? On the other hand, the demand side, are the citizens really well prepared to pursue FOI as a legitimate engagement with government? Or do they just want to make government a research team? Diba, minsan may mga demands that are unreasonable. That's why we pointed to you yesterday our sense that some citizens are really so unreasonable or demand too much. Okay, so the supply and demand situation will have to put that, I think, discern the issues. Okay, so, and then we go national, across all LGUs with ordinances. What happens in terms of two scenarios? An RTI law is passed, an RTI law is not passed. Okay, so, siguro the future scenario is we have an RTI law, we don't have an RTI law. What are the options left to us? Because if it were just a law, it might take a while also to implement it. Again, no? Implementing rules and regulations could come maybe 1 to 6 months thereafter. The scenario could be if the Senate version is done, it will be an FOI entity that will be a bureau of the DICT only. Is that a better setup? Or will it just focus largely on digitalization of info and documents? The House version looks at creating an independent FOI commission. Is that a better setup? So what will happen in terms of engagement with the LGUs with ordinances? Okay, so, but if it's not passed, how could we help the FOI-PMO to stretch and expand and grow faster? I think the problem really here is we don't really have an idea yet when an RTI law will come. Maybe not in June, certainly not before the SONA of the President. Maybe we have a last chance for the third regular session of the 20th Congress to pass it. But then again, we are looking at the legislative process that will take some time, which means the Senate version and the House version will have to be reconciled in BICAM. But then again, are you worried that this could be stalled by other situations now facing the Congress? The impeachment of the Vice President. The budget that will be submitted by July. It's an election year budget, by the way, so it will be so important to monitor it. Okay? So, those are the things I think we should just look at. Now, I'm waiting for you to provide inputs in terms of your situation on ground. These are just track progress and IRR and operational mechanisms, I think, would be. And then, the last point, Patrick, we have to put is, do we need to work together and learn from one another? I was telling Kirby that maybe the best thing would be to have an audit of sample ordinances to look at good, better, best practices. So it could serve like a modeling or mentoring program. We don't need to go through all the 108. Masyadong mahirap yun gawin. But maybe there are exemplars, or maybe there are very unique situations that we could assist. Okay, so ordinances across Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao that could be reviewed as maybe for an audit, and then we could pass on lessons to all the 108. And if this is done, actually, like in the case of Pasig, which we've documented, I think there are many bright spots also. On the other hand, I think we have to be candid about maybe some ordinances have no future at all because they're just there. Yung parang the Mona Lisa syndrome, ano? They lie there and they die there. No IRR, and that's it. Okay? So long and short of it, do we have an audit? Is that possible? Do we have like a dashboard for common lessons that could be shared? And do we have the possibility of moving it forward, like across time, in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years? Because I think we will have to take 1,000 steps to complete the journey. Are you okay with that? Laguna people are nodding. So, now can I have your inputs? Kasi parang those are the ideas that we were just discussing could serve as thicker topics or thicker issues that we could all work on together. Okay? Yes, sir. I think you should take over. I'm just
Thanks. Can I just add in that as well as the focus on the ordinance, the other benefit of the advocacy is when LGUs and government departments come on board and realise there's so much documentation and material that they haven't made public that should be made public. And you know, we've seen in Vanuatu and Sri Lanka, when they finally got the RTI laws passed, hardly anybody was filling in applications because suddenly the departments realised, why are we classifying all this stuff? So in terms of a wish list, as well as the ordinances, it's about getting that mindset and getting stuff that's secret, not secret.
I think John pointed to something important. When we do an FOI ordinance, we should also actually ascertain or audit what documents are out there already. Because remember, Attorney Danica mentioned yesterday that apart from the provision on right to access, there is another provision in the Constitution that requires mandatory disclosure. And we have that already. Annual procurement program, the bids and awards notices. So, which means we also have to tell our citizens that, by the way, they're there already. They may be incomplete or they may actually lack certain movement para forward documents like the award, notice of award, the qualifications of the bidders. But that's for us to scale up later on, no? How we do work with information and documents. But John is right. Some of the things that we'll have to also do is to level the playing field. Not all government documents are secret, but some are. Or some are not accessible if not secret. Okay? Or some are not sortable. Or you cannot actually study them because they're flat PDF. You see, you want them to be CSV or Excel, sortable, and could be organized. All right? So, pero parang next step siguro yun. If you look at the levels of quality of info and documents that FOI could assist, that's for next steps. In the meantime, we're on this side. How do we track progress from this workshop? And what could actually be points of common concern and action that we can do? All right? Yes, merong participant.
Good morning. Yung sa audit, actually, we have been discussing it even before going here.
Alright.
Kasi one of our questions actually was, were the ordinances considered as inputs dun sa RTI bill? But I think it will also be practical niya to have an audit kasi it will be a good feed into the IRR eventually if the RTI law is passed. Whether that the RTI law will be passed or not, at least it will give us like relevant information, and it will be useful for us to really map out yung best practices. And at the same time, like for example, if we're already in the stage of crafting the IRR, pwede nating ma-pinpoint ano yung mga redundancies,
Correct.
ano yung pwedeng i-insert na mga provisions that will not affect the existing ordinances or would rather complement the existing
Enhance
ordinances.
the ordinances.
Enhance the ordinances.
Okay, very
So
good.
on our end, yun yung tinatry naming actually i-explore kasi yung iniisip namin with all the ordinances that are available, you're just gonna run some OCR And then, sa amin kasi meron kaming ginagamit na data analysis software. Then we can map out some existing like ano yung mga common words, ano yung mga common provisions. Yun nga, that will try to call out ano yung mga good, better, best practices or ano yung mga kulang dun sa ordinances.
Not
that we
so
can-
good.
Not so good ordinances, no? Na parang nilagay lang nila just to
Correct.
just to consider it an FOI or if it has an IRR or not. So magandang next step nga yung inventory and yung audit kasi
Alright.
it can
Are
either
you
way it can
volunteering
help.
to do it? To help there? Sorry.
Well-
I'm prodding you to take on
Well,
some tasks.
we're it's on actually on our plate kasi
Alright.
we're interested to do it. So
Very good.
yeah.
Okay. Actually, it would be important also to note that even the FOI-PMO is so keen about this, doing this. Ano, parang moving the story of the FOI ordinances forward from quantity to quality, from output to outcomes. That's the problem. We don't have an agency in charge of monitoring. Di ba, Ms. Chrissy? Yun yung problem. The COA had told them that you don't have the money or the people or the resources, the funds to do this. Can you explain, Ms. Chrissy?
Yes, so
Casey.
I'm glad that our colleagues from the LSU is actually interested in doing audit for the ordinance because that's one of our challenges. We really want to get information how they implement the FOI ordinance. Actually, last year we sent letters to all LGUs with an FOI ordinance if they can submit to us their annual report on how they implement their FOI ordinances. So only few submitted their report. So even for us, it's hard to get information from them. Kasi nga, they think that why are we going to comply with you? Hindi naman kami actually part of the EO2. So we can actually partner with you. So if you need assistance then from us, then we can collaborate.
Yeah.
Para we can actually see the whole picture how the FOI localization is actually if it's working or what needs to be done pa in order to make it more impactful po sa local
Correct.
level.
So it could work better, no? Actually, that's good, no? Where some, yeah? You want to flash on screen some of the LGU ordinances? Kasi I think that dissonance in terms of language, provisions for certain categories of a good RTI law, yung RTI rating that I flashed yesterday, I don't think they're even there. They just want the policy. They are not clear about scope of coverage. They're not clear about exceptions. They're not the same in terms of appeals process. And probably they don't even have a plan for promotional activities. So parang the RTI rating is a good reference. If we could actually do good, better, best, an RTI rating score for the LGUs that are good, better, best could be a good first step. But also, I told you yesterday about our concern in the Right to Know Coalition that we need to adjust some of the scoring because some of the requested info, the RTI rating applies to a national law, not to a local or not to an ordinance. So, I mean, those are things that could be done together. So, si Ms. Chrissy could be assisted. How many responded to your request for accomplishment report? Baka 5 of 108. Ay.
I think mga ano lang yun, ma'am, less than 20.
Less than 20. But that's good enough as a
Mga 10,
beginning
ganun.
pilot base, sample base. Now, other than RTI rating, if you're looking at operational mechanism is, ano yung results? So the FOI-PMO is on the right track when they wanted reports, no? Because look at, well, Pasig as well as the EO2 that we've analyzed. How many requests had been received? How many requests had been successfully granted? How many requests are pending? How many requests have been denied? So it would be good to look at those data because they tell you a story of what common concerns citizens have when they file a request. But also, what information and documents are the most likely to be denied or to be kept secret. So you see, the values under UNCAC of an FOI law is actually for transparency and accountability, but also to improve public service delivery, not for personal complaints, etc. So, okay, so are we moving forward? Yeah? So LaSalle would like to help there. What else? Yung local ordinance champions. Yes, sir, please. May extra mic ba tayo? Kakanta na kami. Is this helping you, the framework? I mean, we're just trying to tick off points for study, together. Okay, go ahead.
Hello po, LA po from San Pedro. So, our city just recently passed the FOI ordinance. So, na-flash yun sa screen kanina. But yung operational reality is way different. So, the FOI has the buy-in of the city council, but it doesn't have the buy-in of the admin. So, there's a challenge in actually operating or operationalizing the ordinance. And that is true with because coming from the CSO, our local CSO sector, we have lobbied different ordinances, not just FOI, but other ordinances. But that's the problem with our LGU. They are not proactive in actually implementing the ordinances. So there are so many ordinances that us CSOs lobbied, but our LGU doesn't promulgate the IRRs or doesn't actually execute it. So one wish list, I think, is something like a toolkit for us CSOs or a checklist on how we could actually step by step lobby for our government to actually
To make
operate,
it happen.
yeah, to make it happen,
Correct.
to make it happen.
Yeah.
So in the context of San Pedro Laguna and actually the province of Laguna, so one of the first provinces who passed an FOI ordinance, but
And you have a very good,
there-
some very good advocates sa Laguna.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
but
stellar province.
yes, but in the LGU itself, it's not really. I mean, wala talaga.
It's so ancient. It doesn't want to
Oh,
move forward. And
yes, yes.
I think that's an important point. So you have an ordinance, but you have an operational reality
Yes.
built into or in the DNA of the admin.
Yes,
In the
yes.
case of Pasig, what was important was Mayor Vico promoted passage of the ordinance, but also as the city administrator, as well as all the other departments to cooperate with the Ugnayan sa Pasig.
Yes, yes.
Ugnayan sa Pasig is largely a complaints desk plus FOI receiving desk. So yung ganung parang kasi small steps lang, not necessarily a lot of budget, but we have to start developing norms for it to work. So sige, toolkit.
Yes
Tool-
po.
you
So
wanna do
the
that?
reason kasi, though we can, kaya naman namin CSOs, but it takes a really, really long time and
Correct.
nakaka-burnout din. So,
Correct.
so we need technical assistance from different agencies, from FOI-PMO and other agencies, other NGOs, so we could lobby it effectively. And we were discussing with Pat
Yeah.
yesterday. So, given if the RTI law is passed, so the bottleneck now is operationalizing it, and
Correct.
the primary mover for it is CSO. So, I think a toolkit or maybe technical assistance. So where could we get technical assistance as
Correct.
CSOs in order to lobby for our LG to actually
Correct.
implement?
To implement
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Patrick helped you, He was a former counselor of and they asked the Right to Know Coalition to get some inputs and to attend sessions. Yes, please.
Hello,
Name and entity.
hello, Rans from the 30 Good First in the Philippines. So, wala po ako kahapon, but beyond auditing on what's happening currently and dun sa sinabi ni LA, what we could do even before lobbying it, because katulad po nung sinabi nyo kanina, the supply and demand should matter. So baka kasi even if we lobby it and the LGU pass it, it could just be compliance by the
Correct.
LGU. So hindi sila ready on digitalization, yung archiving nila hindi ready, etc. So baka ipasa nila tas hindi pala sila ready. So beyond auditing and monitoring yung mga current, yung prior lobbying and explaining kung paano ma-operationalize properly. Kasi even if we do have the toolkit to operationalize it, the LGU might not be ready to operationalize it.
Yeah.
So baka kailangan natin na magkaroon din on what would be the checklist on ano yung kailangan ng LGU to operationalize properly.
Correct. Okay.
Yung RTI ordinance, because for example, some municipalities and cities in the Philippines might not be ready in on the digital task. So or kalat-kalat pa yung data nila, hindi maayos yung archiving on and some LGUs might not have the human resource to do it.
Correct.
So kailangan ma-ready sila na kailangan natin ng receiving officer for it, etc. Baka kasi mapasa yung ordinance tapos saalang sila gumalaw.
Correct.
So bago pa mangyari yung audit na nasa bad sila, we might need to have a checklist on intervening prior to what happened para maging bad
what
sila.
to do, what's
Oo.
good advocacy
Yeah.
for an FOI. Actually, that's a very good point kasi nga in some areas, I think it's in Bohol, the local government has a CSO academy. And this is where CSOs would be so important. Because you just don't say you want it, but you know how to implement it together with your LGU. So I just want to call attention again, a good RTI law by RTI rating international standards would have at least 7 parts, that could be studied. Right of access, the ordinances are there. Maybe not in the language that's perfect or that's actually expansive. Scope. So what would be the scope of the service there? Would it mean all citizens, all persons, etc.? Requesting procedures. We need to look at the forms because typically an FOI ordinance should have requesting forms. In the case of Pasig, we had to do a little tweaking of the requesting forms so that it would be easier. So should this be paid when you request? Should there be IDs required? Or should there be no discussion of purpose, blind purpose type? Should there be no wrong door policy like the EFOI team has? And then exceptions and referrals. So if you have exceptions, we actually would like, as we told the Senate and the House, a finite list of exceptions, but also clarity on referrals because some of the info and documents may not be available or would not be within the mandate of your LGUs. Appeals process is another. If you're rejected, what is the appeals process? So if you have an FOI receiving officer, and I think the FOI-PMO has instructed this on this matter clearly, there should be a decision maker. If the decision maker rejects you again, there should be maybe appeal to the next higher agency. But we are looking at appeals process also as important in terms of duration. Well, so those are the things that would be important there. Like, do you have to wait for the next president to decide on your request or something? I'm joking here. And then sanctions and procedures. Typically, there should be some penalty for non-disclosure for no reason. That's why we are saying that a good denial order should follow with reason for denial. Okay? So, hindi siya parang simple na ayaw lang namin, parang ganon. Ano yung procedures for filing a complaint? If your request is denied, who receives it, etc. And finally, promotional measure. It cannot be that you have an FOI ordinance and you don't tell everybody in the neighborhood about it. But also, you don't tell people what can and can be requested if the government is not ready or if the government thinks we're not a research team. Okay, so those are the things that would be important, and that's good. But there's a lot of role here for CSOs to be clear that we want an ordinance, but we want an ordinance that works. Okay? All right, so what else? I'm about them. I'm just provoking you to look at these issues. Yeah.
Like going in practice of engaging LGUs, we've been engaging local government units to try to access their data. Not necessarily that they have the FOI ordinance in place already, because we should remember that there are complementing transparency policies. One thing and one research that I currently do is to check complementing transparency laws and policies. For the national government, every government website should have the transparency seal. So yun yung bilog dun sa taas that you just click and it should show you the different budgets, yung sa OBDB, which is like, a listing of how the government spent their budgets. And for the local government units, you should have your full public disclosure policy boards, diba? So in the case of the FOI Youth Initiative, we had some breakthrough, but miserable kind of breakthrough, no? So back in 2023, one of our members based in Cebu was requesting for access to data from the local government because they have been noticing that their upland community in their city has been ongoing a lot of developments from many condominiums and tourism spots. So our project has been to inquire from the local government unit about their DRR plans. What would the government do if typhoons happen? But the unfortunate thing happened that the government was not able to respond to those requests 9 months after a very devastating typhoon happened. Liloan, Cebu was the highest in terms of death toll in the province of Cebu. That experience tells us that if the government has been a little bit more proactive, and if you look deeper into it, the mayor of Liloan, Cebu is connected to our DOT secretary. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, a good indicator that a local government would be good in implementing the FOI is if their full public disclosure policy boards are okay.
Okay. Now, that's a very good example. Now, I'll tell you a little more about what we call FOI community of practice. And this the CSOs could do even without an ordinance yet. Because we're thinking in the Right to Know Right Now coalition, there should be a very good project that CSOs could get into, which is to really try to access information and documents, which means that, this is a methodical, needs-based, common concerns of the CSO, whatever your focus is, okay? What we thought would be, we shared the methodology of the PCIJ, the Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism. So we told them that to be methodical, we'll have to be clear what information do we want. Exactly. Where should we get it? Exactly. But this is a practice that's important, not just for the government, but also for the CSOs. So we tell them we have to consider that there's a waiting period. 15 working days for information requests, 10 working days for asset records requests. So we wait. We write letters to the appropriate agency, and then we monitor. Okay, after 10 days and no response has been received yet, we follow up. We call. We list the name of the person we've solicited info from, the name of the agency, and then we follow up with a letter, appeal letter, after 15 working days. This is all documented. So we document the number of letters sent by mail or snail mail, the number of phone calls made, to which person, what did the person tell us. And then in the end, we produce our report. The agencies really like it because we produce two types of report. One is a report on how opaque or open the agency is. Things move forward if people ask documents from agencies. The second report is the content of the information they got, which is designed to actually improve the level of discourse our CSOs do. So this is an effort. We've done this for 5 runs already. And then after the reports are out, we sit down with the agencies and tell them that, our findings, some good, some not so good. But this is where we could work together. So an FOI practice, a community of practice effort could even precede or sustain or support ordinances that we have. We should make it happen by actually requesting documents. Okay? And doing it evidence-based, methodical, fair process. Okay? So, any more? I'm running out of ideas na. You have to, yeah.
Thank you, Malu, and also to the participants. I'm wondering also if it's a good idea for us to maybe have a call after maybe 60 days from today to track progress, and maybe we can keep the same groupings. And perhaps for us to know also what we've done since the workshop, which LGUs have been tapped, where we are. My other question is there also any ideas on how we can make our campaign more visible on a national level, or how can this be picked up also by Congress that, we have this movement? Yeah, thank you.
That's a good point, no? Parang after 60 days, maybe this same group plus others that you'd like to audit or that are participants in whatever could meet again and see progress. I think what we could tie in there is maybe a report of the LGUs themselves, the level of progress, operational reality, and next steps, or even needs for technical assistance or whatever. And then the other point is, how do we make it more popularly disseminated, an initiative like this? I think that could actually require some common effort, but also focused effort by, let's say, a communication team. You do social media boosting, you write letters. Your resolution yesterday that Jan had proposed could be something important. Our group, I think, proposed pathways, no? A statement, composite signatories from LGUs, from executives, from members of Congress, from academe, from student groups, etc., that we could send to the Committee on Public Info of both chambers and tell them that there's a lot of appetite for an RTI law to be passed. All right, so ano yun? We commit to do that. Yeah? To meet again, do our own, maybe by ordinance, by LGU, do a little audit of needs as well as progress. Okay? Patrick will give you help there. No.
What LGUs do we want to focus on? Because it's a wide net of 100 LGUs. So maybe if we can have even 1-2 cases, if we do it well, then that's an accomplishment.
Maybe what we could do is to be very equitable. Try to do one for each of the clusters, like NCR, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. And then if there are some other communities that are so uniquely situated, we could add another, like, because this is a best practice area. This is an area that's innovative, like the CSO Academy of Bohol could be a value-added study area. And this is very problematic, etc. So, or this is an area where you have a big population, so there could be a lot more clients that could be served if we look at that. So maybe at most 2 per area cluster. But not all of them could probably proceed all at once, no? Parang maybe, there could be attempts. I don't know if FOI-PMO has any thought about this. Which areas are interesting? Laguna is one, no? Bohol is another, I think, in terms of the stellar performance.
I think for mga low-hanging fruits na mga LGUs po, yung hindi kayo mahihirapan to convince, of course, Pasig City, Isabela City, Bataan.
Isabela City in Basilan. Basilan, okay.
Bataan, Bataan.
Bohol. Yung may
Bataan,
CSO Academy ba?
Bataan, Bohol din po, and siguro yung mga bagong pasa na ordinances from Laguna.
All right.
Since yung momentum sa kanila medyo mataas pa, so
yeah,
yun po.
good.
Ano po,
Actually,
sir,
those
Papa?
are good. So if we look at it, we can actually do a mainstreaming of the effort by region, by state of play, meaning the youngest or the newest, the latest, parang gano'n, so that we could shepherd the process better, or the most outstanding performance, or whatever, or the deadest that doesn't move anymore at all. Anyway, so I'm saying that these are all the possibilities, but we'd have to look at what would be a good mix in terms of lessons we want to derive from this project, okay, from this audit. All right. NCR? Pasig is about done but Pasig is scaling up I think Pasig could be a mentoring and modeling example. If only they're ready to give us assistance. I think FOI-PMO has looked at Pasig also, as
Yes, and I
modeling.
think it's parang magandang, since si Mayor Vico is very popular, and kung siya yung isa sa mga mauunang magpasa ng resolution, then for sure then baka maraming ma-inspire and mag-follow through ng mga ibang LGUs.
Oo nga. Yung Mayors for Good Governance could be another group. Yeah. Anyway, so, yung suggested ng FOI-PMO could be Isabela in Basilan, Bataan, Central Luzon, Bohol in the Visayas, San Pedro, Laguna, Southern Luzon. We don't have, what else? NCR, Pasig. Quezon City could be one. Kasi largest population and also top collection, income taxes. Number 1 in terms of income tax collections. All right. So, Quezon City.
Who has close connections to the following? Kami ni LA classmate namin yung mom.
Let's look at the work plan later on. We're just looking at ideas for now kasi nga baka there could be several groups working on a project or work like this. But personal contacts would be important, certainly. LA, you wanna weigh in on this? The province of Laguna.
Yeah, province of Laguna, since we have close relationship kay Sol, kay Governor Sol, and yung mga admin nila. Yeah, and issue din the issue is there are so many things in question on what's actually happening on the provincial government na hindi na explain adequately by the government themselves. So I think it will help.
So San Pedro plus the province of Laguna. Okay. Anything more? Meaning we're just trying, the movement forward suggested by Chrissy for this group could be meet again in 2 months, try to make a concerted effort to make known a big appetite for RTI to be passed, but that would be your resolution, your shared statement, etc. And then I think we have to look at also the possibilities later on within our own LGUs. What are the scenarios that are building if the RTI law is passed, if the RTI law is not passed? And I think FOI-PMO also has its own thoughts about this, no? Okay. Are we done? One.
So leading to the 2 months check-in, I think we can maybe even among a small group, UNODC, FOI-PMO, R2KRN, we can plan the program, like maybe a go-through of the lay of land of these, what makes them like possible collaborators, what are the forms of their FOI ordinances. Just a quick review of those things would be helpful. So then we start the mapping of present CLSOs in the area, planning.
Anything more? People could add their own ideas now, many broadly. What do you like? Any more inputs? What do you need? Sweetheart, you wanna contribute a little? You have the microphone your PMO. Documentor. So, anything more? Lente, you have some ideas? What do you want to see happen? This is a cold call already. If I were a teacher in this class, you will be graded. Recitation.
So far nasabi na po kasi nila lahat, and very interesting din po talaga na magawa sa wishlist po is yun nga po yung audit and inventory, since napansin ko din nga po na karamihan din sa LGUs natin are ayun po, hindi pa ready with digitalizations of the documents, and some documents are still parang kulang pa, ganon. And actually, pansin ko din na karamihan sa mga citizens din po na they are not aware with the documents na nilalabas or yung full disclosure transparency board ng kanilang LGUs, since yun nga po parang lack of communications din with them, and siguro pansin ko din yung hindi lack of awareness ng mga citizens na sakop po.
Okay, so she pointed to the data are there already actually, no? Yung full disclosure policy portal, seal of local good housekeeping. But we have to be advised that sometimes they do it one time to get the award and they don't repeat the effort. So we've seen that with Jessie Robredo. We've tried to test it. Parang do they keep it as a habit? No, they don't, because after getting the award, they stop posting or they stop doing good housekeeping. Anyway, so anything more? I think in sum, what we want to do is actually move this project forward, this effort. Let's look at not just quantity, but also quality. Let's look at not just an ordinance as a document, but an FOI regime, an operational reality. Okay? So let's look at really a sharing of tasks between government, the supply side, as well as citizens, the demand side. And here, the role of CSOs would be so important. Okay? Thank you. No more comments or insights? Makati Business Club, do you have anything to say? No, I'm just joking. She just arrived. So, anything more? So, yeah.
Maybe also, Ms. Malu and participants, we have the hashtag RTI now PH, and maybe as we move along the year, and we really want to push for a legislation within the year, that whenever we work on this topic, we use the hashtag so that we can see each other's work as well and keep track. And we know about each other's stories and we can share photos and yeah.
Okay, so just an paid ad. Next week, we're putting out our report on EFOI and the 10 years of EO2. So we have a public-facing event, and it will be a good reference, actually, for the Congress to appreciate the public interest in FOI, but also the gaps and the outstanding issues that could be addressed by a good law. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malu, and Right to Know Right Now Coalition. And now we're taking a 10-minute break before we go to our next session. Thank you. Good morning, participants. We welcome you to session 8 of day 2 of our workshop, and Mr. John Hyde will be facilitating this session. Thank you.
Oops. Okay, thanks everybody. That previous session was tremendous because what we've really done is started the discussions and got some really good next steps in terms of how we can implement our advocacy. So what this session is about is making all of us accountable. Hence our magic template document. So what we're doing in this session, if you look at the template document, we're doing part B, which is the engagement timeline. So we'll start off with about 20 minutes discussion on this. Now what you'll see in there is for you to identify from your groups again, what are the realistic LGUs that you're going to target. And then we discussed in the previous session about using perhaps a 60-day timeline. What can you realistically achieve in the 60 days and who's going to do what? So we do the step 1, initial contact. Step 2, when can you secure a council sponsor? Step 3, when do you think the resolution could be filed? And step 4, realistically, when could a resolution be adopted? So that's going to be our first session in the groups, about 20 minutes. Then, if you look in the template document, part D, and we had some of our friends say, well, we need resources. Where can we do this? Where can we get these resources? All right, part D, support and resources needed. So let's document it. So put down in terms of the technical assistance that you think you need, and we had some really good ideas put up on the flip charts, but let's tailor them to your specific regional LGUs that you're going to be working with. Also in terms of the materials that you're going to need. Great. Okay. Okay. So, you already know from our discussions which of the particular NGOs is really active in a particular area. What is it that you can get from the government's FOI department? How perhaps can UNODC help, and others? So let's, and DILG as well. So name the partner and be specific. Don't just say, I'm drowning, not waving, help me. What is it you actually will need help in to implement the progress? So be specific. Okay, so we'll then spend 20 minutes on that section, and then the final one, let's see if we can make ourselves accountable. Get a volunteer from within your groups with particular advocacy approaches and LGU engagement. So, we're on an efficiency dividend. We're about 15 minutes ahead of time already, so we're working towards an early closure after lunch. So let's see if this 1 hour session, we can get these 3 tasks completed. Okay, so the first one, the engagement timeline. So let's spend about 15 to 18 minutes now on that one. Then I'll give you a reminder. We'll move to the next one, then the third one, then we'll share maybe 1 or 2 standouts from each of the groups. Any questions? No? Most of you got the answers already, so this should be really easy. Yes?
Group B for one big group.
Do
if
it as
that's
a
possible. Yeah.
one group.
Yeah, just one group, not a breakout, grouping. If that's only possible, I think it would be a bit more efficient if
Okay.
there would be like one big group.
Okay, but who's being accountable? So we've got 3 rapporteurs. So in terms of actually the documentation, because what we want a document with the written commitments.
Is that okay with the group that we just do one? Then there would be rapporteurs for Part B, Part C, Part D, and their documenters. Is that okay?
Okay, that seems like a good suggestion. Are our rapporteurs okay with that? You can self-assign. Okay, wonderful. All right. So, we want to moderate the discussion.
We can let them self-facilitate.
Okay. Okay, so let's make a start on the first one in terms of the engagement timeline. Okay. Who's wanting to start first? Whoops. Okay, this can be like a speed dating session. So if we just go bang, 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 bang.
Hello. Ayan. For the LGU, Code NGO will be targeting yung People's Council of Quezon City since we have an existing engagement. Also, we wanted to follow through on national engagements because in our group in NCR, we identified alternative and more direct pathways. So we wanted to work with both yung ULAP, so the Union of Local Authorities, and yung from the Mayors for Good Governance to issue a similar statement saying that we are for the right to information law. So target dates, maybe what we initially need is, maybe we'll coordinate with Kaya natin for the Mayors for Good Governance. Tapos, we have our own contacts with ULAP naman, so we could update. I don't know how we'll track the movements then. Maybe we could develop like a monitoring way to monitor at least. But yeah, for the dates, I guess soon, maybe next week, we could set meetings when our partners are available because it depends on them. So yun. Medyo busy lang this week because of open government and baka too soon. So there.
So you will write the letters.
Yeah. For QC, it's a little bit informal kasi we live near them naman. Pero but for ULAP and yung M4GG, will draft official letters para formal yung engagement. So yeah. There. Thank you. Who wants to identify there? Si LA.
Just addition, baka pwede din yung National Movement of Young Legislators. So may nasa part din ng network namin. So legislators lahat sila. So baka pwede. Yan.
Hello. Yeah. So for us, medyo pivot lang. We just pivoted a little since we also committed in our next steps. So we target to focus muna on Tagbilaran City. Number one, because I think Tagbilaran is a best model city in which other LGUs could follow through. Number two, in terms of connections, the vice mayor is a college batchmate of our dean sa De La Salle University, which is our former director, si Dr. Ador Torneo. So we can course through the lobbying through Dean Torneo. And then, yun nga, strategically speaking, it's relatively easier for us to engage Tagbilaran City compared to other. Well, we can still engage with other Iloilo municipalities, pero for what we want to highlight is yung importance ng ng Tagbilaran City as a strategic city for this. So, as soon, kasi OGP week then, I think, hindi ko lang sure kung si Mayor Jane kasi lagi siyang involved sa OGP eh. So, we'll try to check if we can go directly to her to discuss this in one of these days. Pero we can start having a contact next week kasi we can just mention it to our dean na about this. And Dean Ador has been part of the OGP and has been collaborating with FOI ever since. So he would really understand it. Then siguro from there, hopefully it will just follow through, no? Hopefully within 60 days, no, we get to secure either a resolution or at least a statement of support for that matter. So, yeah.
Okay, but can I just clarify? Can you specify specific LGUs? I appreciate what you're saying about doing it collectively top down, but I'm wondering about whether we actually need the on the ground identification. So which LGUs? So we don't want everybody saying, well, we're going to approach all the LGUs without us actually looking about what are the realistic LGUs.
It's Tagbilaran City in Bohol.
Oh, sorry, in Bohol.
Tagbilaran City in Bohol. So
Okay.
that's the specific LGU that we're trying to target. Yeah.
Okay. And are there other ones in the region, in the Great
Yeah.
South?
At least for this, we want to highlight Tagbilaran City, but at the same
Okay.
time, we'll also engage other municipalities. And like we mentioned yesterday, Iloilo
Yep.
municipalities. And then Mindanao. Actually, Zamboanga and Tagbilaran, just a little bit of a background. We engaged them before in our study on full devolution. So in terms of relationship, we already have a relationship with them. So strategically, we want to target them. Tagbilaran for Visayas, Tagbilaran City for Visayas, Zamboanga City for Mindanao. We'll focus our efforts on them, but at the same time, we'll also simultaneously engage other LGUs, other municipalities aside from them.
Okay, that's great. That's really targeted and strong. All right, let's have some other inputs. Who, what, and when?
So for us, we identified yung from South Luzon and Central Luzon, which is Laguna, Quezon, Cavite, Bulacan, and Bataan. So those are the provinces that we have connections with. So for Laguna, we have San Pedro. For Quezon province, Cavite would be on the provincial level. Bulacan as well. And then Bataan would be for Balanga. So that would be 5. So we do have direct contacts and networks within those provinces. So we could do it. Ano yung timeline?
Well, for us, we could send our request letters next week. So we will like for just advancing in the support needed. So it will be best if that letter will have the endorsement of different agencies like FOI-PMO and maybe UNODC, etc.
Great. Okay. That's solid commitment. Others?
From our end in the FOI Youth Initiative, we can facilitate the check-ins, of course, with the support of FOI-PMO, so that they could gather the group together, but we'll create a monitoring system. We can also facilitate the check-ins of how we are doing on different targets with different LGUs and on timelines, and if are there any further support needed to make things happen. So more coordination and / project management.
Okay, excellent. And anything else from the NCR table or? Okay, all right, are there any gaps? Is there any particular LGU or cohort that's really difficult or that you haven't been able to make access with? No? Okay, let's leave this for now. We might come back if there's any brain brainwaves that come during the next discussion. So if we're looking at the support and the resources needed. Okay. Yep. Sorry, Tim.
Well, for our case, we volunteered because within our energy at the National Secretariat of Code NGO, we only have energy for one with QC. But because we have a broad membership, we could pursue, but I think it would require some resources. So I'm not sure if maybe some just simple logistical support would work. We could get some of our members to meet with other local government units. But we could ask them first if they're willing to do it for free. But if there is some resources, it's not hard to mobilize them to undertake because we have nationwide presence. But yeah, I'm just reluctant to commit it now because I haven't really asked them. But yeah, we have warm bodies, but they move at the speed of resources. Eh?
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I think this is why it's important to document this, so as we're actually being realistic about what we can do well in the 60-day time frame. And so, yeah, that's a really good, honest reflection. I guess all of us, if we had unlimited resources, we could be doing everything. But yeah, if you're recognising your strengths, where you can actually achieve good things in the 60 days, and then perhaps out of this discussion, if there are some places, some LGUs that you know that aren't being mentioned or that have got the potential with just a tiny bit of push or a tiny bit of resources, then let's hear about them. Okay, you raised the issue of resources. What exact resources do you want, and apart from the discussion we had previously? Okay, yep.
I would like to reiterate the logistical resources that we might need in order for it to be properly, and we could actually widen the reach instead of just committing within the limitations and realities of the group. So, transportation cost. Transportation cost, possibly with accommodations, food of the people will be there. Yeah, mostly logistical, because Patrick with FOI committed already for the facilitation, and we could also help with the facilitation if needed. But the logistical, I can see that that would be the huge gap on mobilizing members of the group. Yeah.
Okay, so before you mention the specific LGUs that you'd be targeting, so what are the other ones there, you know, in terms of the resources, that if you had the resources or more logistics that you'd be able to work with?
We could possibly have the whole of South Luzon and the whole of Central Luzon, not just nitpick the provinces if we do have the logistical capabilities.
Okay, but have you got the organiser and personnel support to actually do that? Yes, I'm seeing
Yes.
nods. Great, okay. So then the problem is logistics and travel.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's document that. Yep, sorry.
Yeah, that is also our case. We just finished a 6-month program on human rights cities. So we have 10 LGUs actively promoting human rights ordinances. So we could activate that for the FOI. But I would imagine it will take a new orientation because our initial training was on the Philippine Human Rights Plan.
Yep.
So perhaps maybe just to get them to convene together to discuss RTI.
Yep.
So resources for that, and then it would be easy because they already have existing relationships with their local government units for passage of a human rights city ordinance. So I think this is a lot easier than that because that human rights city requires resources. This one is just a resolution. So yeah, we have 10 nationwide, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao.
Okay. But that's also a really important issue because sometimes everybody in this room today, we've got our RTI hats on, but as NGOs and advocates, you've got maybe human rights, it may be had a lot in terms of violence against women, children rights and so on with others. So there can often be the chance to piggyback if somebody else is doing regional outreach during this time frame to piggyback in terms of resources and go with them. So it's whether you've got the intelligence of I guess logistics intelligence about what other groups that you're involved with or that you may know of in your region are doing at the same time. And there may, I notice there's a huge LGU conference of local governments in ASEAN that is happening in the Philippines. It may not be till August, but there may be somebody else mentioned about the organisation of mayors and so on. There may be sub-regional or regional meetings happening on just generic local government issues that could be the opportunity for you to get in and to get 10, 15, 20 different LGUs in the same room. So I don't know if our FOI government team or if somebody else has got LGU links that would have any information or intelligence on potential LGU regional meetings that are happening in the next month locally. Okay. Is there someone in the department that you can contact?
Actually, I'm not really familiar if there are any upcoming conferences, but I am aware of some developments that might be helpful to the group. For example, right now, there are ongoing consultations by the regional offices of the Department of the Interior and Local Government with regards to reviewing and amending the Local Government Code of 1991. Our organization will be co-facilitating one of those, particularly the one in Calabarzon. So we might be able to reach out to the mayors there because, if I'm not mistaken, for example, for DILG Regional Office 4A, they will be convening mayors by the end of this month.
Yep.
And also one of the areas that we're looking at when it comes to amending the local government code pertains to transparency. Improving transparency of local government legislation and also operations. In the sense that normally we have a lot of paperwork when it comes to posting government documents, but now we're trying to amend the code to include digital means of proactive disclosure. Aside from that, I think one organization of young legislators might be helpful. I'm not sure if they will be convening anytime this year, but we are closely working with them through the Gen OGP project, the National Movement of Young Legislators. So they just elected their newest officials, I think, a few months ago. And some of them are close contacts of ours in Good Government, some of the organizations here. So by cascading, I think, for example, our RTI resolution and our points for reform, for example, like monitoring the IRRs, monitoring FOI, local FOI practice, we can actually do that through that network. And also, some of the organizations here, because of our involvement in the national budget process, we were able to get in touch with organizations such as ULAP. ULAP, the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, and I think we can also engage the leagues individually through our own respective contacts.
Yep, that's great. You know, I remember in my time, I was president of or vice president of the Australian Local Government Association, and it was like every month there'd be some sub-regional grouping all over the country, and I'm sure that it's a similar administrative setup here. So there could be things such as the Women Local Government Network that are meeting in Cebu or something, or there could be other groups. So your intelligence and info there is really helpful. But if anybody else has got access there may be other opportunities for you to get in, particularly if you've got you've done all the great work on the draft resolution and everything. You get a sympathetic ear somewhere, and then somebody will take it back to their LGU, and you've got an easy one. Okay, that's great. Any other ideas on this? Have you've actually got a media campaign or individual ones? I guess everybody's focused on the ordinance, which is great. But just in terms of the ongoing advocacy, okay. I mean, probably Malu, being such a celebrated journalist, and other journos, may be more focused on that. So, how are you guys? Do you have like a media team or? And I appreciate that with it being the Open Government Week this week, a lot of the media people aren't involved with us here. They're busy with that. Okay. Any other possible coordination? I think you've had a really good discussion previously in terms of the coordination in this room and in other groups. Yeah.
Yeah. Pertaining to the previous point and as well as the one that we're discussing right now with regards to coordination, relevant to the campus media, I think. I think we should be engaging them as well here because, for example, in the case of many state universities, they actively cover the national budget process because the funding of these universities depends on the data that depends on the appropriations set by Congress. So a lot of campus publications by the end of the year or before, by the release of the National Expenditures Program, they already release articles about the national budget process. And for example, in the case of UP Diliman, they were able to detect some anomalous projects within the campus because they were able to secure some documents, I think, from, I forgot which source, but they were able to secure such documents because we've been facing some delays in terms of infrastructure within the university. So I think we should be able to mobilize campus journalists, perhaps by convening them. They are also organized through some networks, for example, the CEGP. I'm not sure if there are other networks, but for secondary education, they have their own thing going on when it comes to convening campus journalists. But at least at the college level, there is one major network active in that.
Okay, excellent. Any other suggestions? Okay, we're speeding along. Now, the final issue here, Kirby, in terms of this commitment, who was this supposed to be signed by? Who were we aiming for? If you got a mic.
For this one, the idea is that each group can provide the commitments so that it's easier for us to follow up in the next 60 days.
Okay, well, given we're not in groups now, we're in a...
Maybe we can just have everybody share their commitments.
Okay, and perhaps also if we get some clarity from the rapporteurs that they're comfortable that they've got enough information from individual people about what commitments are being made for the next 60 days. Great. Okay, so let's go with your...
That's a different so commitments. Yeah, so we're committing to the Quezon City also with engagement with ULAP and the mayors for good governance and young legislators. Yeah. So joint commitment na namin yung dalawa. Tapos yeah, we'll also explore with our more members how we don't know the appetite eh. So that's the minimum. We'll might have others who will be with resources it might be 10. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Maybe from this table.
Hello. Ayan. So as for end, since we are looking forward to collaborating with other organizations also, not just rely on ourselves so that we can reach more, we can approach at least 10 LGUs within the next 60 days of the workshop. So we'll be sharing resources as well with other organizations. And we will see what points of collaboration we can also do with them so that we will not be approaching these big numbers alone. Yeah.
Siguro to add lang din po, the organization will be organizing a Good Gov conference this June. And one of our side events will be focusing on public transparency. So we might be co-organizing that side event with some of the organizations here. That could be an opportunity for us to facilitate this effort to localize the FOI and as well as promote like resolutions towards that end. Aside from that, we also commit at least to our networks that we're currently engaging through our revamp project, which is with DILG 4A, and also some of our individual commitments with the DILG. For example, later I will be jumping to Mandaluyong because they have a meeting there. We could actually mobilize those contacts to possibly have these resolutions or engagements taken up. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, these are all solid commitments.
Any more from this table? Any more from this table?
For in our organization, in our network, in kaya natin, so we could commit disseminating the information about the RTI law and our request to pass our resolution within our network. So we will just need like support from the different organizations here, and um, and aside from the local legislators and the city and the provincial level, so it was discussed before or yesterday that maybe we could also tap the SKs, the LYDCs, different policy making bodies or resolution making bodies. So we have so many youth here, and we have a network of different SKs and LYDCs within our network. So we could maybe tap them in order to pass a resolution similar to this, requesting for the passage of the FOI or the RTI law. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, very, very solid. Good.
Hi, so with us at the LSU JRIG, we're committing to approaching at least 3 LGUs. So as mentioned earlier, it'll be Tagbilaran City, Zamboanga City, and Iloilo Province. And as mentioned earlier, we'll also be starting the audit of the good, better, and best practices with FOI-PMO.
Great. Okay, anybody else in the room? No? Anybody else want to verbal somebody who's not in the room and make a commitment for them? No, you're all good, honest, fair-minded, open people. Yes.
For the FOI-PMO, will help amplify our efforts for this through our social media pages, and maybe we can create a QR code where they can download the template resolution. So if they want to, pass their own resolution supporting the legislation of the right to information, and we'll try to include or we'll try to recognize those LGUs who will pass a resolution during our FOI awards this coming November. But this will be presented to the FOI screening, FOI award screening committee. Will try to present it if it will be approved by the committee to be part of the awardees. Yeah, so that's it for us.
Okay, that's wonderful. Very good outcome. Right. Anyone else? No. Okay, we've done some really solid work there, and some importantly specific solid commitments within the timeline. Now, I'm just going to have a discussion. We're incredibly efficient because we had such a short tea break and the previous session was shorter. So lunch is a little bit earlier at 12 today. So we're 40 minutes ahead of time. I don't know, in terms of afternoon sessions, can anything be brought forward or not? Are the DILG people here? No. Kirby, it's all yours.
Hi, John. So DILG will be joining us after lunch at 1 p.m. So I propose that maybe we can have a 5-minute short break, and then we can jump to effective communications. These are presentations from Patrick and Rance.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and maybe we can just have a few minutes so that they can prepare.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, well done.
Good morning. Our next session is on effective communications for advocacy. So this session turns to the dimension of advocacy that often decides whether a successful local resolution actually translates into national legislative momentum, communications, and visibility. Our first speaker is Mr. Patrick Akupan of the FOI Youth Initiative under Right to Know Right Now, who will share lessons from the youth-led communications work supporting the FOI campaign at the local and national levels. Please welcome Mr. Patrick Akupan.
Hello, good morning again. So what we'll be doing today, and while the team is preparing to flash the presentation, so just a bit of grounding on what we are to talk about. So really, it's difficult to do a comms, a general comms training without, a clear message yet or an audience, but we'll be showing some case studies, and this is coming out from our nature as an advocacy org, mainly focused on campaigning for the FOI advocacy. So, of course, what you say or what messaging strategy you put out really depends on the audience, no? So here we'll be showing some case studies, and we believe that some of these case studies are applicable to our networks, such that we are youth-facing, but also we are youth organizations with extensive links in local government context. So we'll be just showing what worked well for us in the experience of the FOI Youth Initiative since 2012. So some of them would look like a bit dated because, of course, that's years back. But we hope that we would be able to find value in that conversation. Yeah, so while we are waiting for that, and apologies because I just sent my PowerPoint. I was expecting an afternoon, but we hate to be between you and lunch. So if you have questions, just feel free to interrupt. We'll be able to respond naman to your... walang access. Sorry po. Okay na po. Please refresh. All right. So about the youth sector. Currently, more than a third of the Philippine population is youth. That's over 30 million Filipinos. No, and mainly, if we talk about the freedom of information, then we reflect the youth as stakeholders of the government. What is really the role of the youth sector? For most people, maybe for the youth, you go to school, you prepare for your employment when you finish school, but we often forget that we are actual participants in the development of our country. Because ultimately, what we see right now is, of course, what we inherit in the future. And if you ask me, do I want to inherit a government that's corrupt, a government that is not transparent, a government that has a lot of systemic and institutional problems? Of course, it's wishful thinking that our current leaders would fix everything for the next generation. But what if we could do something actually to advocate for something that we want? If we could actually lobby for something that will, at least make our future outlook a bit more optimistic than it is already. No? So some effective talking points that we could also, maybe try, if this could work in your context, is to maybe just ask, if this is what the future that is you want to inherit. Do we want to inherit a country where we're always worried that our public funds might be misused because our governments do not implement, comprehensive and a good way of asking or consulting their constituents about the budget allocations? Or are we silent observers where corruption thrives because there's silence, there's no accountability? Or do we want to inherit a future where policies are made without public scrutiny because we don't have space in the table? So some of these things are, relevant to us. Some of them were discussed in passing yesterday in yesterday's panel with GoodGov, where we have talked about how the youth have often been excluded in processes of policy making. So, okay, that's just an answer to that. So, ultimately, we begin by saying that the FOI is really a youth issue. And it's important, like in any other relationship, that citizens have trust in their governments. In our households, we are often faced with questions, especially growing up in many households where our parents are implementing sort of like an helicopter parenting, always asking your whereabouts, what time you'd be coming home. But in the end, it's really just your parents wanting to be assured that you're safe. So the same level of trust goes if you are the citizen and with the government. So if we have that bond, that mutual trust, then a good relationship could follow. No, so we're not worried about the government keeping secrets from us because it's transparent, it's proactive, it tells us what we pay for in terms of services. And second, the FOI is a youth issue because this is important really in upholding democracy. Transparency and accountability are twin principles and are essential democratic values that should cut across all generations. No, so the youth sector, of course, is a very important factor and rallying force in upholding democracy time and time again, not just in the mid of flood control. We have seen many youth activists before that have delivered, and of course, we thank them for doing that kind of work for us now. And of course, it can't be emphasized further, youth participation and holding the government accountable. So what we are? Oh, sorry, I think, yeah. Thank you, Ma'am Malu. So my slides were not moving, but this is what it's supposed to show kanina. But yeah, so the FOI Youth Initiative, we are a network of Filipino youth and student organizations that call for transparency, accountability, and participation in government. So through time, our nature as an organization has evolved because in 2012, there was an active campaign for the FOI policy at the national level. And before there was an FOI Youth Initiative, there were other civil society groups. Right to Know Right Now Coalition was already there when we were established back in 2012. Then our founders in FOI Youth Initiative has realized that among those people joining the R2KR and in their mobilizations, that there's a good number of youth and young advocates. So why not organize something? So basically, we exist because we want to push for an FOI campaign. But in the absence of a campaign, what do we do? So we support in what we call the FOI community of practice, which was already said by Ma'am Malu. We participate in FOI practice where we test how transparent government are with or without an existing FOI policy framework. But also we implement on-ground projects. So what I'll be reporting are what has been done earlier in the establishment of the FOI Youth Initiative. So these are mostly in the form of mass mobilization, formal and informal processes. There you would see some creative executions of using posters to catch more attention, but also the more focused type of holding assemblies, here. So in this is the first General Assembly of the FOI Youth Initiative. One of the panel speakers is former Vice President and now Mayor of Naga City, Lenny Robredo, and other FOI champions. So we also show here our engagements in the policy space where the R2KR Coalition has joined our members so that we could directly lobby for the FOI with our policymakers. So here you would see that the audience has really changed. So from the streets, but into some more formal processes. And of course, depending on the audience, your approach change. That's why we can't really set one comms strategy if we deal with many levels of audiences. Here is a next slide of what you would see the earlier days of doing PubMats and infographics. So before you would see that in the earlier days of doing PubMats, it's best that all of the information are there, you know, down to the champions, the stage where the FOI is at already. So this was back in 2016. So we have documentation of how it went from 2013, 14, 15, and who were the champions, who said no, who said yes, and who were champions. So this is our way of showing to our Congress people that the youth sector are watching. Of course, this might not be an effective, template as of now because maybe some consumers of media right now prefer TikToks, or maybe they prefer vlogs, or maybe they prefer, memes or something. It's something that it's really defined by the consumers of media. Here, code cards. So, of course, it's almost the same naman. You allow a credible spokesperson, and in this case, a champion, to speak for the cause. So here, yung usual nating suspects, before she was still in Congress, that's Leni Robredo. And right now, she's also among our champions in Congress, Rep. Kakabag-Aw from the Nagat Islands. On the next slide naman, we show here that social media can also be used as an effective tool to educate about how a bill turns into a law, the basic ins and outs of navigating the policy space for beginners. And then here, letters, creative execution. So in some of our earlier meetings before we would, just be together, convene, be silent, reflect. And individually, we would write letters, and then one of our members would go to the Congress and hand deliver them to our legislators as a personal touch from the youth sector for them to be able to connect with them on a personal level. And some more creative execution. So this is a white rose, and on the caption, "Dear legislators, this white rose symbolizes honesty, something that we want in our government. We give this to you because we want you to be our FOI champion." So ito yung we court our legislators before, because before there wasn't a lot of initiative from them to file their own respective versions, and by handing them the white flower, it's a symbolism that we invite you to join the cause, be our champion, file the FOI bill. And these are just some of those pictures from the past. And another creative execution. So that's Mamshi Jeff Crisostomo, founder of the FOI Youth Initiative. And on the middle, that's Ref. Alfred Vargas, also an FOI champion from the past Congress. So again, another creative execution of communicating for the advocacy. This brings us now to, we still convene trainings sponsored by the PCO, and we get invited by different schools to talk. So mainly the operational challenge here is that we can't really mount something this big. So we thank really the partners for gathering people so that we could just come and provide what we can, which is the experience that comes with advocacy. But if there would be some funds available to that, of course we would be very willing and very enthusiastic to mount hopefully another Congress. And yeah, a lot of participations in events that matter in the national level, but also in local government context. So here are more recent pictures in our engagements in San Pedro and in Paete, Laguna. So I don't know if this is a thing yet, but back in 2016, would you know that we were able to convene for a committee hearing because we made the FOI trend on Twitter? And we directly tag them on Twitter at committee chairperson, kailan po tayo mag-hearing? And they actually respond because before, it's really clear that Twitter is more personal. Instagram could be managed by a social media manager, Facebook, but we have a long history of observing that our senators, even congressmen, use Twitter on a personal basis. They respond. They even tweet about sports, where they eat. So it's a whole digital footprint of what they love doing, and it's an important anecdote of how you could possibly touch base with them. If you believe that your champion is into, golfing or something, it's a conversation starter, and sadly, it's no longer, among the trends right now and what used to work before. But, let's see some example. So, we have been able to make it on the trends list, hashtag People's FOI now. But would you believe that it is just a notch below hashtag Otwal Hadlang? Or hashtag Ruro Madrid sa Alisto. So, celebrities, but also FOI-related causes. So, some of the senators, so I told you that it's a personal account. Grace Poe, TJ Gingona, Sherwin Tugna, Kakabagao. So, these are, some examples. So the highest that we have been able to recruit is 228 partners organizations. So nag-expert talaga yung membership namin per Congress because that's how we exist. We exist for a campaign, and basically how they partners that we have a manifesto, and if they agree on that in principle, then we can set meetings, we can piggy bank on their general assemblies. If they're a school-based organization, we talk about the FOI. Then from there, we mobilize. On media, so more recent, one of the more effective things that we have come to realize is that if we connect the FOI to bigger issues, so because of the importance of the budget hearings, then we have been able to use that platform. So these are just some of those examples. This is from the past. So, But also, we engage in commenting on existing policy issues that relates to FOI. So, this is, I think, about the speech of Marcos in the OGP event, where Marcos has doubled down on the government's prioritization of the FOI. And then we also wrote opinion pieces for the Youth Initiative for FOI. But also, more recent is, this is called graphic recording. So I have been invited to talk about the FOI advocacy for 10 minutes. Just really talk about what I love doing. So this is one of the outputs of the participants. All of them are creatives. And just basically graphic recording, taking notes of, what I said, what I yapped about. So a lot of them has to do about budget, ownership, co-creation, knowing the rules of the game because of how a bill turns into a law, and finding your champions. So these are just among some fun ways of doing the advocacy if we had the resources. Reading through some case studies, this is in Barangay Commonwealth with the support of Right to Know Coalition. So it is the biggest LGU because the first one was Bagong Silang, but they have been broken down into 6 smaller local government units. So it is actually bigger than Nabota City, San Juan City, and Pateros. No? So it's that big. So this is about Barangay Bagong Silang, but they have been already distributed to 6 barangays already. So that made Commonwealth the biggest and largest barangay in the Philippines. And as mentioned earlier, they have a staggering 233 million budget. So that partnership with them, and they are actually a partner of the FOI Youth Initiative, we have been able to get these documents. So rank from 1 to 5, these are their projects. So and also rank the lowest 5 projects. So we have been able to get this information. And also a case study on the Liloan case where we have been able to use their data on full public disclosure, where we have highlighted that these are the following information, that they have this population, 150,000. They are first class municipality, and they are basically thriving on the industries of real estate and local tourism. Their leadership is Ju Frasco, and the Vice Mayor is Margo Frasco, which are connected to the former DOT Secretary Frasco. All right, so these are the developments in the upland communities that were the trigger of those FOI requests. And sadly, we were not able to get some requests, some of the data that we have requested from the Office of the Mayor, but we called out their full disclosure board. And what we have seen is that they have a fund of 71 million for local disaster risk reduction management and an annual procurement plan related to DRR with a total of 60 million. So yeah, just some examples. I hope they're helpful. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for also introducing so many creative ways to advocate for RTI. And also what one of the takeaways is also what John had facilitated yesterday on relating the issues that the localities care about and connecting it to why right to information is the solution. And now I'm presenting the next speaker, Mr. Rans Aaron Calderon from the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines, who will speak about YFPH's communication strategy and how their programs advance freedom of information and transparency more broadly. Please welcome Mr. Rans Aaron Calderon.
Hello, everyone. Good morning still. So, I'm Ranz. I'm the Executive Director of the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Incorporated. I'll be talking about advocacy communications, but I titled it Redefining Bayanihan Through Narratives and Storytelling. I am also the Communications and Program Support of ASA Philippines Foundation. So I'll be giving out technical pointers on advocacy communications and how to better communicate our advocacy well beyond FOI and RTI. So, yeah. So, well, to start, 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Incorporated is a youth-led nonprofit organization that is a chapter of the 2030 Youth Force in the Asia Pacific. So we've been here since 2016. So we're across the country. We have more than 10,000 member advocates or network of youth, young individuals, students, and young professionals. So when we mobilize call for volunteers, we do have that large pool of young people to advocate, to become volunteers and mobilize them. So in 2016, we tried to have what we call the ACE framework, or activate, collaborate, and educate, in terms of the sustainable development goals. So that's why we're doing FOI, since part of the targets and indicators of SDG 16.10 would be the access to information. But going through all of those 10 years, we went beyond storytelling and narratives to just, for example, the International Day of Universal Access to Information. A lot of us advocates just post, hey, International Day of Universal Access to Information, etc. But when we transitioned late 2023, we decided to redefine advocacy communications in storytelling and narratives. So one would be cuento, or story. We need to understand what the story is all about in order for us to better communicate advocacy. A lot of us here, more young organizations, have their story to tell. What Good Gov, Kaya Natin, FYI, etc. What would be their why? Ano yung story nila on communicating their advocacy? And why is there such thing they're advocating for? For example, me, why am I advocate for FOI, etc.? So we start with that. We redefined communicating into what the story is all about, rather than just communicating per se. One would be this: when we communicated climate science, some climate stories get distorted. So, for example, parang ang bigat naman pag-usapan ng klima. Yes, we get it, but sometimes hindi lang issue na mabigat kundi sa paraan ng pagkikwento. Laging we talk about climate in terms of nakapagod, etc., mainit, etc. But we forget that climate science and climate communication is also information. Our access to all of this information immediately, just like last year, we talk about in the when we talk about RTI in terms of the lens of environment. So when we talk about wala na tayong magagawa, yung doomsday narrative of all of those people, we tend to go into fear rather than hope communications. So the storytelling or the cuento or the story itself should be redefined so that it could be one, more relatable, not just relatable, but more relatable. And another would be more close to all of those audiences, not just a target audience. Last year also, we launched Cine SDGs, where we're one of the few or the first one who block screened Sunshine, a movie about teenage pregnancy. So when we talk about sustainable development, we never got to talk about mass media or film or culture, but we started it doing on a mainstream media per se. This is Mega Mall. We filled out one cinema in Mega Mall to talk about Sunshine and to talk about teenage pregnancy, on what information is needed, what the advocacy is all about, and we do have a talk back session after with the directors, with the writers, and the producers of the film. After the cuento, knowing what is a different question on knowing how or paano. So in 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines, we have a partnership with Rappler where we write thought pieces and it's published in Rappler. So whenever, that's just like the International Day of Universal Access to Information example, whenever we celebrate International Day of something, what you can check on 2030 Youth Forces page is not a celebratory Happy International Women's Day, etc. Rather, we ask questions. The climate crisis is real. The response must be too. So instead of doing something like, for example, in the Earth Hour, instead of just reminding everyone to switch off 1 hour, what we did was, darkness carries a steep price and it's almost always paid by those who can least afford it. So the narrative went to, we're privileged enough to turn off our lights, but turning off the lights is the realities of a lot of Filipinos. So all of these narratives went from, when Women's Month happened, or International Women's Day, we talk about, bakit ba may Women's Month? Because a lot of people is asking, bakit walang Men's Month or Men's Day? The EDSA, when the EDSA revolution had on February 25, what we did was, 40 years after the EDSA People Power Revolution, we returned to the same avenue and asked the same question. Instead of just reiterating the celebration, we write thought pieces and ask difficult questions. We ask the questions that possibly no one would dare ask. Just like, learning shouldn't be followed by the word crisis. in the first place? But why are we celebrating International Day of Education? Why are we celebrating International Day of Education in the Philippines, but we're in a learning crisis? What's there to celebrate about? So what we're doing in 2030 Youth Force now is turning all those narratives of realities into thought pieces so that all of those thought pieces can now be talked about. And in terms of engagement and social media, our comms team is very much, when they report, all of those engagements from these thought pieces were the highest versus from just Happy International X Month. So the audience wants to talk about all of these things, but there's no space for them to talk about. And then after that would be kilos, or action. So now we know the story, we know the ano, the what, or the how to talk about all of this uncomfortable things to talk about. So what now? In terms of FOI, 2030 Youth Force has this project of unboxed governance. So we go to different schools and advocate for transparency and accountability on a school level for student councils on how to create transparency policies in their schools, or at the least transparency bulletin board, so for their budget, etc. So this coming on the next month, we'll go to different localities and train also them on freedom of information, what's the RTI all about, and going down to the student councils and SKs to at the least have transparency in their normal operational level. So that's one of the projects of Youth Force, Unbox Governance. And lastly would be the SDG Youth Agenda. For the past 3 elections, 2019, 2022, and then 2025, there is a provision in the SDG Youth Agenda which we consulted with the youth on passing the RTI, the FOI or the RTI law. So in this agenda, what we did is we craft the agenda, we consult, we craft the agenda, we write the agenda, and then we send it to in 2025, we send it to the senatorial candidates, and then we ask those candidates to comment back to us, and then we publish that comment. Unfortunately, those who comment back to us didn't win last 2025. So here's the video. Kaya mo play? Wala lang sound.
Nasaan na ba talaga tayo?
Ulit.
Panahon na naman ng halalan. This is a chance to pause, look around, and ask ourselves, nasaan na ba talaga tayo? Saan ba tayo patungo? We turned to the youth, and they answered. Young people spoke up about the challenges they face and the changes they need. Mula sa boses ng kabataan, nabuo ang SDG Youth Agenda. It's a youth-crafted policy roadmap, grounded in lived realities and backed by data. Hindi lang hinaing, kundi konkretong panawagan para sa pagkilos. Inihain namin ito sa 66 na senatorial candidates who are vying for a seat in the Senate, asking them to share their comments, commitments, or reflections on the SDG Youth Agenda. Out of 66, only 8 responded. Their support and answers matter, but so does their silence. Because how leaders respond, choose not to, speaks volumes about the space the youth are given in shaping our future. It's about standing up for reducing inequalities, improving access to safe conditions, sustainable growth, equality through education, sustainable partnerships, and holistic climate action para sa kinabukasan ng bawat kabataan. We are not just voters. We are stakeholders. We are organizers, advocates, and leaders in our own right. And we are voting for action. for accountability, for the future we deserve. We are voting for the SDGs.
So that was our campaign for 2025 national elections. Well, in the upcoming local elections again, we'll reiterate this agenda. So advocacy communication doesn't just manufacture a moment. It redefines bayanihan to drive lasting community impact and structural longevity. So when we do advocacy communications, it's not just posting, it's not just creating content, but it creates not just a moment, but a community of advocates. Yes, engagements are fun. Yes, likes and follows are fun. But whenever there is no action after those engagements and likes and creating content, it's not advocacy communications. You're just creating content for clout. So, three things. Each of us have a story to tell. That's why we do have an advocacy. And don't be afraid to ask questions, even those uncomfortable ones. And let's start demanding. The SDG Youth Agenda is our way of communicating our demand in the lens of the youth. So that's 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines. Thank you po.
Thank you so much. So for this session, we learned a lot of different types of advocacy work, ranging from sending flowers to our legislators, having trending hashtags, and also the power of storytelling, as mentioned by Renz. So now we are going to have our lunch break, and when we come back, we will hear from DILG, and we will have an open forum for our speakers from the next session and also from this session on communications and advocacy. Okay, thank you so much. Lunch is served outside. Thank you.
it was just two lovers sitting in the car, listening to Blonde, falling for each other. Pink and orange skies, feeling super childish, no Donald Glover. Missed call from my mother, like, where you at tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you shine. It's your golden hour. You slow down time. We were just two lovers, feet up on the dash, driving nowhere fast, burning through the summer. Radio on blast, make the moment last. She got solar power, minutes feel like hours. She knew she was the baddest. Can you even imagine falling like I did for the love of my life? She's got glow on her face, a glorious look in her eyes. My angel of light. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you shine. It's your golden hour. You slow down
We had a kind of love, I thought that it would never end. Oh my lover, oh my other, oh my friend. We talked around in circles and we talked around, and then I loved you to the moon and back again. You gave everything this golden glow. Now turn off all the stars, 'cause this I know, that it hurts like so to let somebody go.
All the storms we weathered, everything that we went through. Now without you, what on earth am I to do?
was going wrong. You could turn my sorrow into song. Oh, it hurts like so to let somebody go. To let somebody go. Oh. When you love somebody, when you love somebody, got to let somebody know. When you love somebody, when you love somebody, got to let somebody know. When you love somebody, when you love somebody, and it hurts like so. To let somebody go, it hurts like so. To let somebody go, but you're still with me now, I know. But you're still with me now, I know. Broken out the pieces I've been shaping lately. Focused on the things that didn't make no sense. Guess that growing up was never meant to be easy. Yeah, I got used to doing everything sideways. Didn't really care about how anyone felt. Hiding my emotions down in different ashtrays. Oh, but what is lost ain't gone. No, you can't just let go, 'cause it's a part of you that it will make you strong. Embrace your flaws. I'm not gonna fight back what I've become. Yeah, I got bruises where I came from, but I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide these beautiful scars. I've been going way too hard on myself. Guess that is the reason I've been feeling like hell. But I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide these beautiful scars. I went down a road that only got me nowhere. I've seen every corner, every inch of this place. Being all alone, it really got me thinking, maybe overthinking, that what is lost ain't gone. No, you can't just let go, 'cause it's a part of you that will make you strong. Embrace your flaws. I'm not gonna fight back what I've become. Yeah, I got bruises where I came from, but I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide these beautiful scars. I've been going way too hard on myself. Guess that is the reason I've been feeling like hell. But I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide these beautiful scars. These beautiful scars. These beautiful skies. I'm not gonna fight back what I've become. Yeah, I've got bruises where I came from, but I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide these beautiful skies. I've been going way too hard on myself. Guess that is the reason I've been feeling like hell. But I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide these beautiful skies. Hide these. I ain't gonna hide these. Hide these beautiful skies. No.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the next session. So in this session, we will explore how DILG can support the LGU resolutions. Our next presenter is Ms. Franz from the Department of Interior and Local Government.
Hindi nakikita. Ayan. So I'll just move lang po. So good afternoon, everyone. Ayan. I believe yung iba medyo nagla-lunch pa. Ayan. So, how's your lunch? Ayan. Did we enjoy our lunch? Ayan. Okay, so before I start, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Franz Rapanot from the Bureau of Local Government Supervision, Department of the Interior and Local Government. So mainly our bureau monitors local government units in terms of policy issuance, policy implementation. So parang swak na swak talaga siya dun sa gusto nating gawin. So first, I would just like to thank the FOI-PMO for inviting us, UNODC for inviting us, Open Governance for inviting us. So just like to, when we say right to information, I think it's really a timely conversation. Ano po? That transparency and accountability and citizen participation is really important in implementing programs as well as in local governance. So for today, I will be presenting 3 main points. First is the department's mandate and why transparency aligns with our institutional role. Next is the specific functions that we perform that can support LGUs in the resolution adoption. And lastly, what are the existing initiatives of the department that is embedded in our program, and as well as the technical support that we can provide local government units in terms of policy making or legislation. Okay. So we begin with understanding the role of the department. It is useful to see the department in a governance structure. Ano po? The DILG serves as the primary national agency responsible in promoting effective local governance. So kami po yung nagbi-bridge between the national policy formulation into the local implementation. So we bridge the gap between the legislation na pinapasa po sa ating Kongreso at nilo-localize po natin, tinutulungan natin ang mga local government units to localize those programs or those legislation. Okay? So in many ways, DILG functions both as a policy enabler and a capacity builder for local governance reform. Ayan. We start with our mandate to promote peace and order, ensure public safety, and further strengthen local government capability aimed towards effective delivery of basic services to the citizenry. So kung makikita nyo po, strengthen local government capability. Capacity building is not limited to infrastructures, to budgeting, to disaster preparedness. Ang capacity development rin po includes institutional practices, making governance more transparent, responsive, and participatory. We tap local institutions in local government units kasi meron tayong tinatawag what we call local special bodies, specializing in different matters like special bodies on development, what we call Local Development Council, Peace and Order, we have the Peace and Order Councils. For anti-illegal drug, we have Anti-Drug Abuse Council. So we have different local institutions in the local government units. So from this perspective, from strengthening local government capability, right to information is fundamentally aligned to the roles and mandate of the department. Let's, talking about mandate, we now dig deeper into what's the department's powers and functions in general. Assist the president in the general supervision of local government units, formulate policies, plans, and programs, and organize, train, and equip primarily for the performance of police functions, yung aming PNP, because PNP is also attached to the department, PNP, BJMP, and Bureau of Fire. At a glance, this may seem distant from transparency legislation, katulad ng gusto nating makita. Ano po? But in practice, general supervision or effective supervision and public accountability requires clear systems. So kami po sa department advocates for clear systems and procedures, transparency and accountable and effective local governance, and also as well participatory governance. Kaya embedded na po sa mga programs namin sa department katulad ng full disclosure policy na ina-adapt ng local government units. Later on, we'll present no, ano yung mga programs namin for right to information. Okay. So, next, in terms of legislation, part of our mandate that maybe we can offer or makakatulong po sa atin is this mandate wherein the DILG advises on policies affecting local governance, issues implementing rules and regulations. Nag-i-issue rin po kami ng mga ganyan joint memorandum circulars and memorandum circulars. This means that the department is mostly technical, yung capacity building, and as well as administrative. So in terms of legislation naman, pwede kaming tumulong in the local government units. So specifically, sabi ko kanina that the department is a policy enabler and provision or can provide capacity development. Dito naman po, we can also provide policy guidance, clarify legal procedures, help ensure consistency in existing laws. Siguro yun yung gusto natin gawin in terms of supporting the Freedom of Information Bill, as well as, more importantly, to support procedural and institutional mechanisms or structures. So, the main question would be, ano po yung matutulong ng department in terms of the adoption of the Freedom of Information resolution in the local government units? That's, I've asked Ma'am kanina, what's the main goal of this workshop? Ano yung main strategy natin? What do we want to do to achieve in terms of this activity, in terms of our advocacy for freedom of information? So the answer mostly lies in our field presence. Kasi po sa amin, we are what we call uniquely positioned. Lahat po kami, lahat po ng local government units namin have a municipal local government operations officer. So from national, regional, provincial, and every city and municipality in the country from 1,742 local government units, we have our field officers. So, ito yung sagot sa pwede naming maitulong. Why? Because the nationwide structure that we have allows governance reforms to move freely, to move fastly from policy discussions to actual implementation. Baka po din kami pwedeng makatulong from our advocacy here in the national. We can bridge the gap between communication to the local government units. Kasi yun yung structure po na meron kami. That's the structure that we have. Our uniquely positioned field officers po ang tawag namin sa kanila, local government operations officer. Aside from our mandate, aside from our programs, this can be our tool or strategy in advocating or putting into the local government units the message that we want to employ or deploy. So, there are 4 practical ways the department supports this process, yung ating right to information. First is we help local officials understand why transparency matters and how it improves governance outcomes. That's one of the mainly advocacy that we want to tell or to inform our local government units. Second is we guide LGUs on procedural requirements for local resolutions. Based on the local government code, may process po kasi ang pag-approve ng resolution. It requires series of hearings, public consultations, and reports to the public when if they need or if they will put penalties and fees on a certain ordinance or regulatory fees. Third, we can help or convene stakeholders including civil society organizations, katulad po natin, and local officials into one venue where we can encourage dialogue and consensus. We've done that for the past previous years from different topics like anti-illegal drugs. We have conventions on that, freedom or full disclosure or transparency and accountability programs. We have done that. For good governance for SGLG, we also tapped our civil society organizations on that one. And fourth, we sustain governance. Ito na po yung sinasabi natin. Our reforms through programs that strengthen accountability and citizen participation. So, our resolution, a past resolution for local government units should not simply be symbolic. Yun yung sinasabing pag once that we approve the resolution, done. It does not really go into implementation. The value of becoming part of a broader local structure or as a resolution is in the openness of information. Once that the resolution will be passed, the FOI resolutions for each local government units, dapat yung LGUs natin will implement that particular resolution. Okay. Now, in terms of providing support dito po sa advocacy natin on freedom of information while we are still waiting for the bill, the department can issue joint memorandum circulars, memorandum circulars enjoining local government units for to pass resolutions for the right to information. We can inform through policy issuance like JMC and memorandum circular. We can also, or we are currently monitoring. This is one of the programs that we are doing right now, is the monitoring of civil society organization membership to different institutions. Mandatory po yung memberships ng civil society organizations sa local government units. That's why I'm asking kanina, for the national government, for the civil society organizations here present, is our scope national? Are we present in every local government unit? Or we are just one of the localized civil society organizations? For example, for the Local Development Council, this is in charge of the development, the land use program of the LGUs, 3/4 po ay member dapat ang ating civil society organization. So if we tap on that one, if we tap on the local institutions, pwede po nating ma-communicate yung gusto natin gawin for this advocacy. Okay. Next is, ano po ba yung programs? We've presented the mandate of the department, the different roles and functions of the department, strengthening local government capabilities. We have presented, or I have presented, the different support that we can provide in terms of encouraging and enjoining local government units into passing this legislation. Ano naman po yung mga programs namin? What are our programs that are embedded in the department which advocates for the right for information? First, we have DILG JMC, Joint Memorandum Circular 2018, or providing guidelines on localizing the freedom of information in all local government units. So I advise that our CSOs here present today to use this JMC. This can be your tool in facilitating conversation with local government units. Mayor, we have vice mayor, we have this certain joint memorandum circular from DILG and COO, localizing the freedom of information in local government units. Maybe we can use this as part of the legal basis in your resolution that you will be passing. You can use this instrumentality in terms of facilitating conversation with local government units. Next is full disclosure policy. Full disclosure policy program is a program that we monitor and implement in the department. The full disclosure is requires local governments to post financial documents. This is important because posting financial documents is one way of knowing how the budget of local government units are being spent into different programs and projects in the local government units. Having this platform, it provides LGUs access, or providing them or opening their local government unit to the public scrutinization, public comments. So, pag nakita nyo po, we have this what we call FDP portal, Full Disclosure Policy Portal. You can access any financial document from any local government unit that is available and that is posted. So these financial documents includes their annual budget, or budget for their education, agriculture, their human resource complement or capital. You can also have the access to information on that one using the FDP portal that we have in the department. They are mandated to post that quarterly po. So using this one is one of the department's way in advocating for transparency and accountability and participatory governance. We have Memorandum Circular 2024-21. You can also use this when it comes to facilitating conversation with our local government units. Our local government units also has what we call the FDP focal person, full disclosure policy focal person in every local government unit. Pwede nyo po silang kausapin in terms of conversation in freedom of information, or what information can you gather or can you access in the local government unit. Ma'am, can I ask for what are your programs for gender and development? That's accessible in the FDP portal. What about your programs on disaster preparedness? That is also available. So every financial document or that you can think of, annual budget, where does the budget being used for, or what are the funded programs. So you can see the different priorities of the local government units that is posted in the FDP portal, as well as in different parts of the local government units. They have what we call the FDP board, or full disclosure policy board, where they can post. Not all of us, or not all citizenry has access to internet. So one alternative way for freedom of information or access to information are what we call FDP boards. So posted po yung mga documents na yon in the full disclosure policy boards. Another program is the Seal of Good Local Governance. The Seal of Good Local Governance has been reinforcing accountability, responsibility, and recognizing LGUs in the minimum standards of governance. Minimum pa lang po kasi basic pa lang yung hinihingi niya. What we want is the outcome of what the SGLG want is a effective local governance, transparent and accountable local government unit, and participatory local government unit. At the same time, DILG's partnership mechanism with CSOs, we also have partnership with CSOs. In collaboration with the government and citizens, we have local research institutions where we conduct surveys on the effectiveness of a certain programs. May mga partners po kaming mga civil society organizations. These initiatives show that transparency is not only about disclosure, it's about participation, trust building, and shared responsibility between each and every local government unit and national government agencies. So this is why local resolutions supporting RTI is really kailangan. It is timely and is sure is needed in the local government unit. In the assessment of mainly since we have been monitoring the compliance of local government units since the institutionalization of the department, most of the local governments right now has programs for right to information. The gap really is to legalize those programs, to put that into resolutions. Maybe one of our strategies can be, if you are compliant to these DILG programs, maybe we can pass a resolution supporting these programs and other FOI bills or FOI advocacies. Maybe that's another strategy that maybe we can take a look into or have it considered. So really, the task or the gap is not really the the existence or non-existence of the resolution sa LGU. There are programs already in place and embedded in the local government units. What we can do now to help them is formalizing those into a commitment through stronger legal structures or institutional mechanisms. Maybe we can look into those gaps na i-formalize natin siya into a resolution. Ayan. So, I think that's the last one of our presentation. I would just like to close it by emphasizing that the role of the department is to strengthen local governance systems through enabling transparency, accountability, and citizen participation. Every program that we have embedded po yung mga structures that are advocating for transparent and accountable local governance. So with that, thank you so much po. Ayan, so.
Thank you so much, Ms. France. And now may I invite Ms. France of DILG, Patrick, and also Rance who are speakers from the previous session, and we will open the floor to question and answer. We will gather 3 questions from the participants before we turn over to our speakers. Yes.
Gusto ko lang humalaman kasi I was with PCIJ before and we did work with the Director Richard. And one of the things that we saw was so important was the effort at digitization by the ILG of so many different projects, including yung bottom-up budgeting, yung WASH, yung Local Government Support Fund. But one of the things we noticed was you're very good with disclosing financial documents, but hiding data on contractors and who won which contracts, which would complete, hopefully, the process of transparency. And I know that it's something that still a bit sensitive up to now, because that would be the full circle of transparency, we think, although PhilJEPS has those data. But local government units, some of them are really, really good. Some of them, however, are so invested in local projects. And according to COA Commissioner before, if pork barrel projects are kahindik-hindik, local government corruption could be even more kahindik-hindik. But we're not seeing those data coming out of the DILG portals or dashboards. So it would seem to us at the time we were telling the DILG that your dashboards are really administrative oversight dashboards, meaning you want local government units to just perform by disclosing documents that you want, but not really by telling you honestly which projects are invested with corruption or kickbacks or collusion. So I'm just asking this because I think it would be good to look at it as maybe sometime in the future you'd like to complete the circle of info that you're disclosing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can gather more questions from the floor before we turn over to our speakers.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the suggestion and also for the observation. Actually, what we really want in the future or in the realm of things in our implementation is to really complete the cycle. And right now we are since the conversation of right to information, public disclosure, accountability is really on top of every agenda of the Filipino people, like what is happening right now in different projects or in the Congress. So yun po talaga yung gusto namin gawin. And we are moving steps towards that completing that structure and that mechanism of not only divulging information or sharing information, but also taking into consideration the different policies in place in terms of bidding, finance, or government procurement. They just amended the government procurement law, and the local governments really right now is adopting on the new policies that have been implemented. But that's noted. That's what we want to achieve in the later implementation of our programs, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello po. Brian Gonzalez po from Good Coffee PH. Kasi tinag-team po ako ni Mamalu eh. Pero yung with regards to monitoring ordinances, kasi we have seen the adoption of more than 100 FOI ordinances across the country. I think the PCO has its own way of monitoring. And the DILG, as far as I can remember, it also monitors ordinances. Particularly, for example, sa barangay level with the NBOO, yung functionality ng mga BADAC, for example, that's one. And we have a lot of local special bodies that are not in the local government code, pero they were mandated through ordinance or encouraged through ordinances. Ang question ko lang po is, how can the DILG, for example, assist or aid in the monitoring of the FOI ordinances? Because this will also help us craft our local strategy, because we're not only pushing for RTI localization, but we're also monitoring FOI practices at the provincial down to the municipal level. Baka meron pa nga pong barangay. Ayun po.
Ayan. Katulad ng sabi ko kanina, sir, no, we are really uniquely positioned. So if you can ask our help or ask our local government operations officers in the field office to monitor, or if the local government unit has already passed resolutions, we can monitor those LGUs kung sino-sino po yung mga yon, since we have an in-place officer dun sa LGU na yon, and they are reporting every day dun sa local government unit na yun. So the structure of the department can help you monitor, kasi that's one of our mandate, monitoring compliances or policy compliances. So in terms of the legislation or resolution for RTI, we can sir, you just write us a letter, and then we can help you monitor on that one, sir.
Last question na lang po.
Yes.
Because our organization is also a partner in the revamp project ng DILG. And gusto ko lang po sana matanong, for example, sa ongoing initiatives right now with the review and amendment program for the local government code, are we seeing opportunities to actually integrate the freedom of information in this initiative right now? May mga lumalabas naman na po, pero ano lang po, gusto ko lang po ma-confirm if they take up pa rin siya ng DILG right now.
In terms of that, sir, no, I'm not really involved right now on the amendment or the inputs on the freedom of information. But when I siguro pagbalik ko sa office, I'll ask, no, and then I'll update ma'am on that one.
Thank you po.
May question ako. Nandito ako eh. Magtatanong. Ma'am, you said earlier that there are, well, as we know, there are existing memorandum circulars for FOI and the full disclosure. But do you have the data or the monitoring on who's actually doing that memorandum circular? Because apart from what Brian mentioned on the monitoring of the existing ordinances, since there is an internal memo circular from the DILG, and as we know, all local chief executives technically need to do that. So may raw data po ba tayo kung sino talaga yung gumagawa? Meron bang full disclosure board lahat ng LGUs right now? Kasi parang sa amin, wala. kasi or at the least, the full disclosure board is just does that. Parang ganun.
Tama, sir. You asked the right person. As the focal person po of the full disclosure program, we have an existing monitoring on the local government units that have been implementing their full disclosure policy postings, as well as their posting in 3 different conspicuous places. 3 conspicuous, when we say conspicuous, dapat nadadaanan siya, it's visible. The foot traffic is really, madami po talaga dapat. So, we have been monitoring that for, I think for almost 15 years. And we recognize the gaps in the implementation of the full disclosure. Maybe we are now moving forward to not only posting but knowledge sharing as well, because financial documents are really hard to understand if you are not an accountant or related to numbers or accounting. Really, if you if you see a financial document or an annual budget report of the local government unit, ganito po siya kakapal. And an ordinary citizen, the target market, the target audience of full disclosure does not really understand the financial documents. So we are moving forward to better placing the reports or templates or better understanding on how the report should be projected, should be shared. Because it's one thing that we have the information. No? The next thing would be, do we understand what the information that we are receiving or that is accessible to us? So on the question, sir, that does the LGUs implementing? Yes, 99% of our local government units has already been implementing for the second quarter of this 2026. They have already been posted their documents in their portal. And FDP is also one of the open governance project of the country. So, meron din po kaming barangay FDP. So, sana sir, yung inyong LGU ay sa bawat barangay nila, they have to post financial documents. Barangay and local government units, so financial documents. So, that's po.
Question lang po. So, yung discussion po kanina is after the passage of an FOI ordinance, yung IRR po, di ba? So, in our LGU po, the main issue is the inaction or the lack of action of our executive in actually implementing the ordinances. So, marami pang mga ordinansa sa amin na hindi pa na-promulgate yung IRR. So, ano po kaya yung power ng DILG to maybe encourage our local government to actually implement or actually formulate an IRR po?
Our mandate really is general supervision, and the local government unit has their own local autonomy. We cannot really dive into how the local government operations do their different responsibilities and tasks. We are just monitoring or overseeing their roles and responsibilities. Maybe what we can do is to, again, remind and encourage the local government units that part of the responsibility based on existing legal frameworks or legal bills or policies, kailangan po nyong i-implement yung mga ordinances passed or resolutions passed. So, we are more on encouraging local government units, monitoring their compliances. Siguro dun po kami pwedeng makatulong in terms of the implementation of those resolutions and ordinances and executive orders as well.
Okay, but two quick questions lang po. So yung sa full disclosure portal, I'm not very aware about the technicalities po. So required po ba na i-post? Merong website po ba yung mga LGU?
Yes,
required
yes.
po ba?
Yes.
So kung wala pong website yung LGU po namin, what can we do?
That's really why the FDP portal is being managed by the department. Why did we come up to that particular program to manage a certain portal? Bakit hindi dapat LGU ang mag-ano? Because not all of the local government units has the capability to manage a certain website. That's why the FDP portal, right now it's currently under maintenance. We'll be upping the portal in June 1. We are managing the portal. We are providing the platform to LGUs for them to upload their documents. So, hindi po nila kailangan magkaroon ng website to post their documents. They just have to go to the FDP portal and then post their documents. Yung platform po is being managed by the department. And if there are like those urbanized LGUs like here in Quezon City, in Makati City, they have their own websites. They can link the FDP portal and through their website, to their website, embedded in their website. So it's really a platform provided to LGUs that does not have the capability to manage their own website. Yun po yun.
Okay po, last question po. So, not actually a question. So, thank you na lang po. Kasi sa amin po, as yung pinaka-problem nga po sa LGU po namin is yung lack of execution po ng aming local government in terms of an FOI. So, bilang part po ng CSO sa amin, so bilang part din po ng City Development Council, so parang yung highest
Council,
Highest
local
council.
special body.
O kasi di ba po, pag hindi ma-approve yung budget kung hindi approve ng CDC. So, doon na lang po namin isasuggest using yung mga present nyo pong mga memos sa aming mga local officials para at least mapondohan po yung mga ano po namin.
Mga
FOI.
programs and advocacy. Actually, sir, that's one good strategy that you can tap into if you are already a member of any local special body in the local government units. Yun yung pwede nyo pong maging platform to open up freedom of information advocacies. Like advocacy on the information on how many barangays have been implementing their drug cleared program in terms of drug clearing or kaya providing employments on their membership to institutions that are already existing can be one way or can be a strategy po for us to advocate the FOI resolution or RTI resolution.
Ay, sorry, one quick question po. Sorry, last na po. So nag-discuss po kami ni Renz kanina. So ano po yung status po ng paglalagay po ng mga FOI benchmarks po do sa Seal of Good Local Governance po?
Okay. So right now, what is existing as the indicator for the Seal of Good Local Governance is the FDP. So, si FDP po is one of the indicators. If in the assessment criteria of the Seal of Good Local Governance, isa lang yung hindi po natin ma-comply na indicator or a governance area, you will not be awarded of a seal. So, if you are not an LGU that is implementing the full disclosure, automatic po you will not be provided or awarded with a seal. So currently, what is written or what is included in the indicators for the SGLG are FDP and other required ordinances related to FOI, sir.
But may mga required, may mga plano po ba na ilalagay dun sa SGLG? Kasi
We'll look into that, sir. We'll ask yung ating SGLG team on that one if they have possible na mga steps including FOI. Siguro ang pinakamaganda dyan, once that we have the bill, automatic, meron na yan. But since if we have an existing mechanisms that really advocate naman yung freedom of information, we are moving towards inclusion on that one.
Okay,
tanungin ko lang po siguro, I'll update ma'am on that one. Ashley will update on that.
Sige po, kasi yun po kasi yung isa sa mga bala po namin for the LGU to have incentives na gawin po yung mga
Actually, tama po yun, sir. Halos lahat ng mga iba't ibang programs that wants to go to local government units for implementation, they really want to tap the Seal of Good Local Governance to be part of their indicators. So if you already have a move, sir, or if we already have a move to be part of that one, kung meron na pong agency, or if the PCOO has already, the OGP has already provided or the intent to be included, baka nandun na po siya sa works on that one. Sige. Thank you po. Yes, ma'am.
Magtatanong lang po ako. Have you done, a time series audit of what the SGLG had achieved? Because this is the 14th year, I understand. 2024 was your largest number of awardees. But there were 22 eight-time awardees.
Yes.
And about 150 na first-time awardees, which means about 600 are repeat awardees.
Yes.
I don't know if it's actually made a difference over the last 10, 15 years where the system could be improved further. Because one of the things we've seen, even the OGP reports prior that I've been part of as researcher, this is self-reporting. This is posting of documents. Now, this doesn't mean that you validated the authenticity or integrity of the contents. I mean, you could actually, and Jessie Robredo tried to do that.
We are currently right now, ma'am, in the process
the outcome
of,
process na tinitingnan nyo.
Yes.
But before that, I think it's something that the local government units really want to get, an SGLG seal. But to do that, they'll just have to post, I think, 14 various indicators or documents.
Yeah, sige.
And
I would
missing-
just like to share yung progress of how the SGLG come about. Na po. We started in, I believe it's 3 indicators, basic required indicators. These indicators are not determined by us, but these are indicators mandated by laws. So we just we gathered it all, different laws, different mandates that the LGU has to implement. Yun po yung sinasabi naming basic requirements. This is basic because it's already been mandated. We started with 3 governance areas, and then habang nagpapasa ang batas sa Kongreso, we added other governance areas until we went to 7. And then right now we have 10 different governance areas. And then we are currently restructuring. Kasi nakita na namin yan, ma'am, that what happens if the LGUs has already complied these basic requirements or these indicators? Does the citizenry or their constituents feel the progress that they are implementing? So we are moving towards developmental indicators na po. So what's the outcome of these programs that we are implementing or that they are mandated to implement? So one program that we are planning to do is in partnership with CSO, yung survey on how the local government units has, do you feel the progress in your area? Do you feel the programs on peace and order? Do you have any, or are you a recipient of this program? So we have been looking into how do we measure or how do we come about the outcome or the seal or of the different indicators na meron po. So we are moving towards that, ma'am. We are currently restructuring to capture that one.
I asked the question because I think the problem here is you're doing tremendous work. Putting up SGLG, full disclosure policy portal, but it's largely administrative review. It's not really citizen or public accountability or public civic engagement tools, meaning which we told Director Richard na parang it's for you to see if they are complying with basic documents submission, but not to enable citizens to see the accountability content of these documents, in which is where I think the big work lies ahead for all of us, not just for the ILG. But I'm asking this because it would seem like we need to really celebrate the good LGUs and discount the possibility that some LGUs are doing it for performative results. So which means they want your award, they want your seal, but they're not really doing it because if it's validated on ground, they don't do it really in truth. They just want to post and post and post.
Thank you, ma'am, on that one. Maybe we have been, as I have told you, ma'am, we have been moving towards that one. Maybe that's why, but I think that's the cycle of policy implementation, right? No, we first ask or monitor who are compliant in this type of indicators, and if you are compliant on these policies and laws, then is it really felt in your constituents? That's the next question. Maybe we are still working on the first question on the local government units that are not really compliant right now in terms of all the laws and regulations that have been passed. Siguro dun po, we are still working on that first question. The next question would be for those 8-time passers, 5th-time passers, or back-to-back passers. Maybe we can proceed with the next question on, is it really felt in their constituents, by their constituents? Yes. Thank you po. Maraming salamat po.
Sige po. Just to comment lang po on the question regarding the inclusion of the passage of FOI ordinance sa SGLG. Last year, we already submitted po the PCO intervention. If possible, ma-include po yung FOI ordinance sa SGLG. And Secretary Remulla responded po that they are currently reviewing daw po yung SGLG. So, but they will take into consideration daw po yung aming proposal. So, we will wait na lang po dun sa further updates.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Salamat
you.
po.
Are there any more questions before we close this session? Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Franz, Renz, and Patrick. I would like to invite the PCO FMO for the distribution of tokens of appreciation for our speakers for today. Now we are calling a short break for 15 minutes. Thank you so much, everyone. And snacks are already being served. Thank you.
与你也回忆，你还要怎么样？你想不想回家？人总是等到失去才想要珍惜。
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we move to our final sessions, may we ask the groups to finalize their action plan. And later on, we will do a final reporting per group, per coalition. Thank you. And I will turn it over to John after some time. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to this session where each group will be presenting their action planning template that's been filled out and some of their commitments. For our first volunteer, we have the Mindanao cluster.
Wish I was here earlier, but just things were missed.
Ano kayo yung Mindanao?
Yes, I mean, just made some edits. I think they just gave me the
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am Dani, and with me is Dana, and we're representing the Visayas and Mindanao cluster. So we're from DLSU JRIG, and with us is our program manager, Benz Felices. So for Visayas and the Mindanao cluster, in yesterday's workshop, we identified 11 LGUs that we can reach through our own networks. This is also in partnership with one of the volunteers that was with us yesterday, but I don't think he's in attendance today. So most of these came from from the networks of our institution. So in Iloilo, because we have programs there, and also in Cebu and in Bacolod. Earlier this morning, we zeroed in on 3 specific LGUs because these are the ones that have been suggested by FOI-PMO as the ones that are the promising LGUs. These are Tagbilaran City in Bohol and Zamboanga City. We've also included Iloilo Province because of our connections in the LGU. So this is our identified timeline. So since we're given 60 days, we've just tried to maximize the timeline. So working backwards, we identified that the resolution ideally should be adopted by the end of 60 days, so July 17. We're giving it a month because of all of the bureaucracy. And then given that this week is OGP week and we know that it's very busy, the latest that we'll be able to contact these LGUs will be on May 25th. That's next week. And then by June 5, we ideally want to have a council sponsor secured.
Hello. So given those three target LGUs, Tagbilaran City, Zamboanga City, and the Iloilo Province, we really hope that the RTI, when we propose the resolution, is that we'll message it or we'll frame RTI as a cross-cutting measure, as we mentioned yesterday, that it will spill over to other issues, considering the nuances and the differences in their various contexts and their various governance levels. So we can emphasize how RTI really spills over to their other specific issues, and that they can establish local ownership of RTI. And in our resolutions, these can be further specified in the clauses themselves. So, yeah. So aside from targeting at least 3 LGUs, we also hope to really audit the local FOI and transparency policies with FOI-PMO. So this is one of our commitments within the next 60 days of the workshop. So given these two major commitments of both approaching the 3 LGUs and committing an auditing, these are the various support and resources we aim to request assistance with. Mainly, we really want to emphasize our need for help in the coordination with local CSOs. Given that we're not based in Visayas or Mindanao, we would really appreciate like a local CSO coordination that can help us directly engage aside from our current networks with them. The DALG endorsement can also, which we can currently be coordinated through our partnership with the DILG SLGP and with our OGP localization network. But currently, we would love the assistance with further local CSOs. Other resources that we do need are access to the database and indicators of the FOI-PMO and the other primers on FOI and RTI, the translated versions of their documentation tools or primers, given that we do need the auditing afterwards. And aside from that, the usual budget for logistical coordinations. But that's it for us. Yeah. Yan, take away. Sige. Okay na. But we'd also love to emphasize and appreciate how this workshop really taught us how important it is to maximize our respective networks to broaden the reach of our efforts, especially for such an urgent issue. And we really appreciate the comprehensive contextualization from the materials to the flow of the workshop, and how the materials were easy to follow through, and how it emphasized the goal of the workshop throughout every step. But we do hope that more organizations outside Metro Manila could be invited for maybe in the check-in in the next 60 days or in other workshops similar to this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Visayas and Mindanao Cluster Group. And we take note of that about involving more organizations outside of Metro Manila in the next activities. And also, as mentioned by PCO earlier, that they will also be sharing the QR for the materials. So that will also help us reach other organizations that will also want to push for these resolutions. And next, I would like to invite the Luzon group for their presentation on their action plans and commitment within the next 60 days.
Hello, we are the group from Southern and North Luzon. So our target LGUs, as discussed a while ago, On the provincial level, we have Laguna, where our contact person is BM Olivares, where the province also has an existing FOI ordinance. And Cavite, so we have BM Salazar, who is also the president of the National Movement of Young Legislators of the Philippines. Quezon, we have on a provincial level, so our contact persons are SK Chair Dan, BM Kim Tan, and SK CJ Javier. But the province doesn't have an existing ordinance for FOI. So for Bulacan, we have SK Fed Casey and Howard. Balanga, Bataan, we have Mayor Garcia, Reynan Calderon, and the Local Youth Development Officer. So in Balanga, there is an existing FOI ordinance. So for the municipalities or cities and municipalities, so we have Laguna. In Laguna, we have San Pedro, Councilor Gius Castasus, and for Cavinti, we have Councilor JMS Guerra. So presently, they are already. So I PM'd them just now. So they are game to be a champion for this resolution. So for the engagement timeline, yeah, so we inputted the initial contact date to be next week, Friday, May 29. And we aim to have secured the sponsor by next month, the start of next month on June 2. And the resolution will be filed within next month after 2 weeks on June 26. And hopefully the resolution will be adopted before the SONA on July 19. Okay, so that's all for South Luzon. Do we need to discuss this? Okay. So for messaging strategy, the top 3 local governance issues in our target area are flooding, loss of livelihood, and displacement. So these are gut issues that our area has been facing. So the RTI bill will address these issues because avoiding these issues to become hearsays only because there are proofs. So there's actual data that will back up and allow the government to intervene and have data-driven solutions. And documents starting from bidding, awarding project plans, so that they will be more accessible. So in short, it means that us ordinary citizens from civil society will have accountability mechanisms in order to hold our duty bearers accountable. So the potential objections and our responses will be, one potential objection is the readiness of the LGU to operationalize RTI. So in terms of people, in terms of policy, archiving, etc. Political differences. So there are so many instances where the political climate is not convenient to push for the FOI ordinance. So there may be a pushback by LGU, and it does not. The third and last objection is that it does not immediately translate to meaningful participation. So the access can bridge people to be fully informed. So that's one of our messaging strategies. Access to information can help citizens participate fully in local governance. Yeah, and of course, watchdogs and media. So one of the primary beneficiaries of the FOI is the media. So because, as we know, the media needs information in order to report, in order to hold our government, our duty bearers to account. Yeah, so lastly, the support and resources needed. So for technical assistance, of course, legal assistance, capacity building for CSOs and even for the LGU, then paper templates and primer of FOI. So we could easily share information about our campaign in order to pass for the resolutions. Supporting, urging the Congress to pass the RTI bill. Yes, so materials, printed primers, and I will just like to add, so if there is a centralized document in which we can easily access all the documents, all the information, so that even us not in this room, but others who because there are so many champions of FOI, but they're not in this room, so we could just share them these documents in order for them to easily access and lobby the resolutions on their own. Okay, so coordination with other CSOs in the area. So we would suggest that there should be a statement of support from allies and FOI champions. So it was discussed a while ago, like what happened in the Cadeda Mill, where the M4GG signed a statement in support of that said bill. So we could also do that in the RTI. And media support, information dissemination, statement of support from allies and FOI champions. So hopefully there will be media mileage in our ongoing campaign. And lastly, as discussed a while ago too, so logistical support for transportation, accommodations, and food as we lobby the resolutions in our localities. And that's it for North and South Luzon.
Hello. For the North and South Luzon, we added in the commitments as Youth Forest and Good Gov PH is part of the DepDev Stakeholders Chamber for SDGs will rally support from the members of the chamber to pass a resolution by Monday after the first semester meeting in support of the RTI legislation. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Luzon Cluster. And now I would like to invite the NCR Cluster for their action plan and commitments. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this 2-day workshop. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you for inviting us, for continuing to work on RTI together. It was a very fun workshop in that I was able to meet fellow advocates, especially someone who is new to the FOI space. I mean, some people have been here for decades working on this bill, and we're cautiously optimistic of what could happen this year. So, this workshop centered on how we can access LGU support in support of this, the passage of this bill. So it gave us the tools in order to do that, and such great tools at that, very concrete, pre-work on what to say, the resolutions, and great talks from the speakers as well. So unfortunately, some of my group mates have nauna na po sila. So me, Marian, and the rest of the group, Sir Tim, were filling this out together. So the first 5 initial LGUs that we identified were Manila, Valenzuela, Pasig, Quezon City, and Muntinlupa. Among these, we identified 2 with high priority, which is Pasig and Quezon City, and this is because the members of our group already have existing work with them. And with this existing work, they're easier to tap. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so with that, we have this engagement timeline for Quezon City and Pasig City. But in addition to this, as mentioned yesterday, we were also thinking of alternative pathways aside from reaching out to LGUs on what we can do to pass RTI or to drum up a bigger sign postcard of support, and that is through reaching out to the Mayors for Good Governance group with the help of Code NGO. And this is a very rough sketch of when we plan the tentative dates for this, given the 90-day timeline? Yes. 60? Okay. This is 90, so we can adjust. Next slide. Go down, please. So this was a micro assessment of the governance needs and how RTI addresses these issues. Obviously, they're different for Quezon City and they're different for the Mayors for Good Governance stakeholder as well. But in the spirit of compliance, but also in wanting to look deeper into Pasig. This is what we came up with, and this is what we also shared yesterday. In Pasig, just to very quickly have a summary of yesterday's discussion. In Pasig, there is a unique CSO landscape in that there's no People's Council. Two is that there are inefficiencies in public service delivery as in every other city. Three, there is also a palpable need from the citizens to have access to the land use maps. And this is because there is a danger of 300,000 households being displaced due to a potential project on land reform in the area. And it was shared by our friends from R2KRN that this is actually the #1 requested piece of information from the FOI portal of people from Pasig. So how RTI would address these issues is again very obvious because it is the #1 need of Pasig citizens in terms of FOI. So having an FOI platform would of course make them have easier access to these land use maps, make them have easier access to the public service delivery data, and so that citizens may be able to keep their public servants, their officials more accountable. And regarding the CSO landscape, information on the other participatory pathways of in Pasig, despite their lack of a People's Council, would help citizens to maximize their involvement in the city's activities and policy decisions. So another note that Sir Pat Akupan of R2KRN shared with us yesterday is that in Pasig, they do have an FOI ordinance and it's viewed as a grievance mechanism. So I think in a way that is also good because, it's an area for feedback for the citizens. Lower, please. So potential objections and your responses are similar to the other groups we've had today. First of all, of course, the LGU worries about putting this information publicly because they're worried that, it's going to be used as ammo to, get mad at them. Or how did I write it there? Maybe weaponized. Ayun. And another issue that could be brought up is that DNR is the custodian of the land use maps, as shared yesterday. No? Okay. Okay, but FOI, Pasig has the FOI portal, pero DNR daw yung may-ari ng land use maps, eh, hindi ba? Okay, we'll edit that, it's wrong. Okay. Okay, down, and a response to that would be for the messaging to be around the fact that FOI could be used to partner with the LGUs in helping the citizens to be more informed and not to really villainize them. Okay, so for the commitment, we've committed to approaching these two LGUs and approaching the Mayors for Good Governance group. And with regards to the technical support we need here, it's more of a little bit up. Up, please. Yeah, thank you. There. Overseeing of messaging required for invitation letter writing. I think that is, a lot of this is coordination work, and it's just we need help with how do we really get our messaging forward, which of course this workshop helped with a lot. And contacts to ULAP, Liga, or other associations of public servants, if ever we are to reach out to more, but this is out of the scope of our commitment. Lower po. In terms of last notes on overall learnings from the workshop and discussion, talking to our group also, we have a lot of young people, post-grad, and also we have an intern from Code NGO. And we shared how the workshop allowed us to have a fuller view of the application of RTI on the ground, in that everyone's sharings of their experiences with implementing EO2 and the sharings of people advocating for this, or young advocates of how they advocate for it online and everything for years na, for decades na. And that sometimes it may be an existing ordinance on paper, but in reality, implementation may be weak. So it's also important for us to continue with auditing this, especially in the hopes that it gets passed in Congress. Our next move would be from from advocacy for its passage to advocacy for its implementation. So, yun lang po. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the groups for their presentations, and we look forward to following up with you after 60 days, and we would love to hear your stories. Please continue to tag us in your stories, photographs. You can tag UNODC, also PCO, Annika, John, and myself, and also please keep using the hashtag RTINowPH. And now, to close this two-day workshop, I would like to invite the Honorable Assistant Secretary for Executive and Institutional Affairs of the PCO FOI-PMO, Ms. Mariel Eduarte.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Happy OGP week. So let me start off by taking you back a few months. Just 8 months ago, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. certified the proposed Right to Information Act as a priority measure. 2 weeks ago, the Senate approved the bill on third and final reading, a major milestone not only for us in government, but also for the many advocates, partners, and organizations that have worked for years to advance the people's right to information. As momentum continues to build towards the passage of a comprehensive RTI law, workshops like this become even more meaningful. Over the past decade of implementing the Freedom of Information program in the executive branch, we have learned an important lesson. Access to information must reach the local level, where it matters most to ordinary citizens. By localizing the FOI program, we bring government closer to communities, especially the underserved and marginalized sectors, and make access to information more inclusive, responsive, and meaningful. This progress would not have been possible without our partners in civil society and the non-government sector. Listening to your report earlier, your 60-day plans and commitments, I was personally impressed and inspired. And I just want to say we heard you about the support that you need to continue with your advocacy. And we are deeply grateful for your continued collaboration, commitment, and advocacy. The growing call from government, civil society, and other stakeholders for a stronger RTI framework reflects our shared vision of transparent, participatory, and accountable governance. What you have accomplished over the past 2 days forms part of that larger effort. Your discussions reaffirmed that transparency and accountability cannot thrive without an informed and empowered public. They also highlight the vital role of civil society in connecting policy with community realities, strengthening public discourse, and ensuring that the right to information remains relevant to the everyday lives of Filipinos. As we conclude this workshop, we extend our sincere appreciation to all participants, partners, and advocates for your time, insights, and dedication. Your role goes beyond participating in workshops like this. You are partners in advancing reform, strengthening public trust, and helping ensure that people's right to information is protected and exercised meaningfully. Maraming salamat for your invaluable contribution to advancing the people's right to information. To our colleagues from UNODC, Annika, Kirby, John, and Eliud, thank you for organizing this workshop and for your continued support for the FOI program. And of course, we have to, say a special thanks to the Swedish government for their support. And on behalf of PCO Secretary Dave Gomez and the entire dedicated and hardworking FOI program team, We express our heartfelt gratitude for your continued partnership in advancing our national right to information law. Thank you at magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Before we leave, may we kindly invite you to fill out our evaluation form. We would really love to hear your feedback. Thank you. And now we would like to invite everyone for a group photograph to close the 2-day workshop. And congratulations to everyone and have a happy Open Government Week.
freedom of information ng taong bayan. Dapat walang sikreto sa bansang demokratiko. Kailangan transparent at managot ang gobyerno. Impormasyon ay kailangan natin upang maitama ang mali. Kapag tayo'y may alam, makatutulong tayo sa pagpapatakbo ng lupaing hinirang. Kaya tayo na at makialam at mamulat. Walang karapat-dapat na mabuhay nang walang pagkakaalam sa kanyang bayan. Freedom of information, pangana sa henerasyon. Halina't makialam at mamulat. Halina't sumali sa mga isyong pambayan. Taglay natin ang karapatan sa kaalaman. Alamin ang totoong pangyayari sa ating gobyerno para sa ating kapakanan. Simulan ng tunay na kalayaan sa freedom of information ng taong bayan. Taglay natin ang karapatan sa kaalaman. Ang totoong pangyayari sa ating gobyerno para sa ating kapakanan. Simulan ng tunay na kalayaan sa freedom of information ng taong bayan.
Tagal nang hinaing ng bayan na malaman ang katapatan nitong ating pamahalaan. Sa tagal ng panahon di malaman kung bakit nga ba ngayon lamang nagkatapang na may katuparan to. Hindi na pwedeng alay ko pa dyan, at di na pwedeng walang pananagutan. Buksan na ang pinto, buksan pati libro, at nang malaman ng bayan, huwag mong sabihin malay ko. Alamin mo ang totoo. Malaya ka na ngayong malaman ang kasaysayan ng bayan. At di ka na maniniwala sa sabi-sabit haka-haka. Mas malaya ka kung may malay ka. Mas malaya ka kung may malay ka.
I-click mo, share mo, dapat alam mo. Impormasyon na kumakalat, dapat totoo. Click mo, share mo, dapat alam mo. Sa FOI tayo.
Dapat alam mo.
Lagay ng kalikasan dahil nandyan ang kabuhayan.
Dapat alam mo.
Bakit nagbabago ang klima? Baka may malaking problema.
Dapat alam mo.
At tungkol sa pollution dito sa bansa, anong solusyon?
Dapat alam mo.
Kung paano makikiayon, ibahagi ang impormasyon.
I-share ang totoo, ipaalam sa mundo. Kalikasan ay buhay, dito nakasalalay. FOI, FOI, handa sa ating gumabay. I-share ang totoo, doon lang tayo sa legito. Para sure tayo, iwas sa fake news. Sa FOI tayo, may karapatan ka dito. I-click mo, share mo, dapat alam mo.
Impormasyon na kumakalat, dapat totoo. Click mo, share mo, dapat alam mo. Sa FOI tayo. May karapatan kang malaman, may karapatan kang lumaban, may karapatan kang maging boses, pati mga kabataan.
Kaya dapat alam mo. Dapat. Kaya dapat alam mo. Dapat. Kaya dapat alam mo.